Missed the guy. Morning, Secretary. Morning, Joe. Doing well. 8:29. I know we have a small matter to take care of before we start the Slib meetings, so I'll turn it over to you. For the record, will note that we have, for both records, all records, I will note that we have a full quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will initially convene as the State Building Commission, and you can begin as such.
So we are convened as the State Building Commission. Mr. Webb.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and commission members. My name is David Webb, Construction Management Supervisor, State Construction Department, Construction Management Division. The secretary and the director send their regards, and they are in Austin at a meeting today. First order of business is commission roll call, and Ms. Shelley Lovato will be conducting that.
Ms. Lovato.
Good morning, Shelley Lovato, Project Specialist and SBC Recording Secretary. Superintendent Dagenfelder.
Here.
Treasurer Meyer.
Here.
Auditor Racinas.
Here.
Secretary Gray.
Here.
We are, and I'm here.
You're here. We have a quorum, sir.
Please proceed.
Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Webb.
Mr. Chairman, item number 2 is rescheduling of a SBC meeting. I have a quick overview. Due to an unavoidable scheduling conflict affecting the chairman's availability for the regular scheduled July 8th, 2026 State Building Commission meeting, the chairman's office requested that the secretary coordinate with the commission members to identify an alternative meeting date. Under Chapter 2, Section 3 of the SBC rules, regular commission meetings are scheduled for the second Wednesday of January, April, July, and October, and any rescheduling of a regular meeting requires approval by resolution passed by a majority of the commission members. Following coordination with the commission members, July 27, 2026 was identified as a suitable alternative date. Because formal commission action is required to reschedule the July meeting, we are having a brief special meeting has been coordinated for this date. So
That we're rescheduling from the 2nd to the 27th.
from the 8th to the 27th.
From the 8th to.
Sure.
I would,
The department recommends the commission vote to reschedule the July 8th, 2026 meeting to July 27th, 2026 as presented.
and I thank the indulgence of the committee members. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the regular SBC meeting scheduled for July 8th, 2026 be moved to Monday, July 27th, 2026.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just clarifying, there's no meeting on June 24th.
There is a meeting.
Yes.
There is a meeting on June 24th.
Thank you.
It's just we're changing the July 8th meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, the June 24th meeting is largely pro forma, correct? It's adoption of rules. That's what you're saying, is that it's probably going to be an hour to an hour and a half, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, it's going to be an hour to an hour and a half.
Thank you. Further comments? Further questions? Mr. Webb, is there anything more to come before us?
Mr. Chairman, we have item number 3 is public comment.
Okay. Is there anyone here to comment? Hearing none?
Mr. Chairman, we are set for adjournment.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, move to adjourn the State Building Commission
Special meeting.
special meeting.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? We are adjourned. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks, sir.
Madam Director, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are now convening as the State Board of Land Commissioners. I would like to note for the record that this meeting has been properly noticed as a regular meeting. The first item on your agenda is tab A, minutes from your April meeting for approval.
Members of the commission, you have had a chance to review these minutes. Are there changes, corrections, recommendations? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent?
would move to approve the April 2nd, 2026 Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In front of each of you, you have a proposed consent list. Each member of the board has been individually briefed on the matters on this agenda, and the list in front of you appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. Those items proposed on this consent list are items C2 and C3, E1 through E6, E8 through E11, E13, F1 and 2, G1 through G8, and I3.
Members of the board, you've heard the recommended consent list, C, 2, and 3, E1 through E6, E8 through E11, E13, F1 and 2, G1 through G8, and I3. Is there any matter here that needs to be removed? If not, I'd entertain a motion for a consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list with the following items: C2 and 3, E1 through E6, E8 through E11, E13, F1 and F2, G1 through G8, and I3.
Thank you. Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion?
Second, I might remove one off of that list if that's
Okay.
amenable to the,
That would be fine. If it's amenable to the motion, make it to the motion.
Yeah.
would just pull G1 and 2.
G1 and 2. Okay. All right. So that makes a consent list, C2 and 3, E1 through E6, E8 through E11, E13, F1 and 2, G3 through G8, and I3. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We have a consent list. I would entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the matters that were enumerated on the consent list.
So moved.
It's been moved.
Second,
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, madam.
Mr. Chairman, would just note that I'll be recusing myself from G6.
Okay, thank you. Noted for the record. Any further discussion? Hearing none, All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries for the matters on the consent list. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As noted on your agenda, we will consider miscellaneous matters first. So the next item for the board's consideration is I-1. In the matter of lease cancellation of Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620, and in the matter of lease cancellation of Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1625. You have your conflict counsel, Chris Brown, here today to walk the board through this board matter.
Counselor Brown.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Chris Brown with the Attorney General's office. I'll just walk through this matter for you. Of course, the director already described the two wind energy leases this involves. But as a quick background, on April 3rd, 2025, the board awarded lease number 01620 to Pronghorn H2 LLC and lease number 01625 to Sidewinder H2 LLC. On April 30th, 2025, Stevens Land and Livestock filed a petition seeking review of the board's action approving the Pronghorn lease with the District Court of the 8th Judicial District in Converse County. The Sidewinder lease was not challenged in any court, but it is substantially similar to the Pronghorn lease. On December 5th, 2025, the District Court entered its decision and order on appeal, finding that the board's rules recognize that a wind energy lease on state lands must connect to a substation. According to the District Court, because Pronghorn H2 LLC intends and the Pronghorn lease allows energy to be converted from wind energy that will not be provided to an electrical substation, the lease is not in accordance with law. Therefore, the District Court reversed the board's approval of the Pronghorn lease. On December 19th, 2025, both Pronghorn and the board, under separate docket numbers, appealed the District Court's decision to the Wyoming Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has not yet decided those appeals. On February 5th, 2026, the board directed the director of OSLI to initiate the process to cancel both the Pronghorn lease and the Sidewinder lease based on the District Court's December 5th, 2025 order. Complying with the board's direction, on February 24th, 2026, the director of OSLI requested cancellation of both the Pronghorn lease and the Sidewinder lease and provide notice to the lessees. Both lessees timely requested a contested case hearing pursuant to Chapter 1, Section 8 of the board's rules and regulations and provided responses to the director's requests for cancellation. On May 12th, 2026, OSLI filed motions to certify both of those contested cases to the District Court pursuant to Wyoming Statute 36-201. Among other things, OSLI asserts that the cases involve an important legal question about the effect of the District Court's decision while the matter is currently on appeal before the Wyoming Supreme Court. On May 19th, 2026, the District Court issued an order granting motion to stay its decision regarding the Pronghorn lease. The District Court found good cause existed to stay the matter until resolution of the pending appeal to the Wyoming Supreme Court. The District Court stayed the case until further notice. On May 28, 2026, Pronghorn and Sidewinder filed responses to OSLI's motions to certify the cases to the District Court. Both lessees request that the board not certify the cases to the District Court and request the board stand down pending the outcome before the Supreme Court. And before you today, Governor, is to consider the District Court's order granting a stay of its decision regarding the Pronghorn lease pending resolution of the appeal to the Wyoming Supreme Court. And if necessary, consider the OSLI's motions to certify both of those contested cases to the District Court.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there questions? Are there questions? Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, and I know no one can predict this with certainty or finality, but do we have even a rough idea as to when the Supreme Court might render a decision? Knowing that there could always be exceptions, but also knowing that they generally operate in a standard matter and calendar.
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, the last time I checked was the end of last week. The Supreme Court had not yet set either one of those cases for oral argument. I suspect the earliest those cases could be set for oral argument would be in August. And if that and a general timeline holds true, you might consider 3 months after the oral argument as perhaps the earliest a decision might be made.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, in speaking with a few folks in the community, it's a little bit confusing, all these different moving parts, right? Of we have the underlying case that's being litigated, and this is separate of the applicants wanting to contest our decision as a board through the contested case hearing, but then the office wanting to rather certify that to district court. And so certifying it to district court would just be continuing our process moving forward. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, I think that is fair to say that the statutes provide the opportunity for the board at its discretion to certify certain cases to the district court. So instead of hearing that case as a contested case in front of the board can simply certify that case. So we got two separate cases here. So you would certify this is what OSLI's motion is asking for. Certify those cases to the district court for the district court to make the decision as opposed to the board.
Thank you.
You? Further discussion? Further discussion? So, Mr. Brown, do you have a recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, the district court, and let me back up. So the board's motions on February 5th were based on the district court's decision. The district court has since stayed that decision. Essentially, do not force the decision pending the appeal to the Wyoming Supreme Court. And because the board's motion was based on that decision, my recommendation is to stay the contested cases until the Supreme Court finally makes a decision on the pronghorn appeal.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you. I've never seen you in open session ask for a recommendation from an attorney before. And just want to understand why you did that here. I mean, obviously it's leaning in the direction that you want the recommendation, but I'm a little bit perturbed by that in this setting because many times we've wanted to do this in open session when maybe it's leaning more in the other direction, but I just want to understand why that just occurred.
I have no answer. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is kind of an interesting one, and I'm not really supportive of staying our decision in any way, but looking at whether or not we certify this to the district court or we potentially table it in the meantime. I just as soon say we continue to move forward with our processes, that these are in place for a reason. And so that's kind of where I'm at and, happy to make a motion depending on where other board members sit.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I move to table the matters pertaining to I-1 regarding the Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620 and Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1625. I further move that the Office of State Lands and Investments continue proceeding with lease cancellation and complete lease cancellation for both Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620 and Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease 1625 as previously directed by the board.
No discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
No.
And I will be a no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
I had the auditor first, Mr.
Okay.
Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to state out loud, I did not understand that motion. It seemed to do conflicting things. And I recognize that a motion for tabling, there is no opportunity to ask questions or receive clarifying information. So I just wanted to note that that was my reason for a no vote on that issue.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you know, and looking at the recommended motion, essentially, it doesn't say that the Supreme Court has the last word. It's referred back to the district court, because the district court has to take action after the Supreme Court. So I think in that regard, I think the secretary has what he wants. Everything stays in the district court. And the way I see that is that the Supreme Court would refer it back to the district court with their recommendation, and the district court would still have to make an action to lift its stay before anything could happen, cancellation or moving forward with the leases.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Mr.
Superintendent.
Chairman, Mr. Brown, so my understanding is it is a bit in conflict. If we were to table this, then it would not continue within their process to be able to contest the decision of the board. If we were to certify to district court, then that does continue to move forward. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Madam Superintendent, I believe that's correct, if I understood you correctly. If it does, so let me just clarify my understanding. If the board were to approve the motions from the office, then it would be certified to the district court. Then it would be up to the district court how it desired to proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I move that the Office of State Lands and Investments continue proceeding with lease cancellation for both Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620 and Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease 1625, and complete lease cancellation for both Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620 and Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease 1625 as previously directed by the board.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you, Mr. It's been are you seconding?
I have a question on this. I believe this is being done, correct? I mean, and this is just part of the process. I have not heard anything otherwise that we're not proceeding as per the vote of this board, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I think if the board today decides to not take any action resulting from the district court stay and decides to deny the motion from the office, then the process is still the cancellation of the wind energy leases in front of the board.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yes, please.
So if we were to table this motion, that would be the case, or just not acting at all?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I believe, in my opinion, that if you just tabled the motion from the office, then you would still be in the process with regard to the contested cases in front of the board.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, so I think with the benefit of passing the recommended motions is that you don't have two legal processes going on at the same time. And one legal process is to the Supreme Court, which any other legal process, regardless of the outcome, wouldn't move forward until the Supreme Court actually made some determinations. So to me, I think this is a way to, I guess, not have unnecessary governmental or legal actions and just get to the crux of it. And as I said before, the district court stay, when it's lifted, everything goes right back to where it was. If the Supreme Court rules one way, if the Supreme Court rules another way, then we'll have to look and see what cards are on the table at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Chairman, I would recommend that the board consider and pass a motion to stay the wind lease cancellation proceedings. I propose the following motion. Due to the District Court of the 8th Judicial District entering an order granting motion to stay on May 19th, 2026 in docket number 2025-CV-0019134 concerning the Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620 and the Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1625 until the district court stay is lifted. So it's right back into the district court, but it's just a clearer path to the resolution to this issue.
Okay, Treasurer, hold on just a second. I think the Secretary had made a motion. There hadn't been a second, no action on it. So hold for a second. I'm going to ask for if there is a second on the Secretary's motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, I apologize. There is no second, and so the motion fails. Back to you, Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, without, I guess, to make it right, I'll just read through this again. So, due to the District Court of the 8th Judicial District entering an order granting motion to stay on May 19th, 2026 in docket number 2025-CV-0019134, I move to stay the lease cancellation proceedings before the board concerning Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620 and Sidewinders H2 LLC wind energy lease number 1625 until the district court stay is lifted.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the Treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be voting no on this motion. And you'll remember back in January, I really wanted to take action at that meeting on removing these leases. And that is when, you had that first outburst when I wanted to take action. And I said, look, this delay is going to lead to problems in getting to the conclusion that this board, a majority of this board, believes we should move in. And I always felt that dithering and delaying was tactically done to prevent us from getting to the conclusion that the majority of the board wished. And here we see what the sort of dither and delay was about. It was so that there could be this motion to undo Judge Peasley's district court decision and then create this sort of narrative where the board would delay until the Supreme Court could hear it. And of course, they're thinking that the Supreme Court is going to overturn Judge Peasley's decision. And I just think it's really troubling the way this has been handled. I think it's been handled with a conclusion in mind, a conclusion to rescind the leases that is highly irregular and incorrect, and done with the conclusion in mind of undoing the will of the majority of the board, which is to rescind these leases. So I am a strong no. Very disturbed about the way this has been handled. And I think that this should be rejected by the board. It's very, very troubling.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Hold on. Let's direct through the chair. I'll recognize you now, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the record will show that the secretary made that motion to delay because of the need to recognize the order of business that was brought about by, I believe it was Pronghorn's counsel that instructed us that there was a way to do this and the process needed to be followed. And the secretary actually is the one who made the motion to delay and get us to where we are at this point today.
Okay, I'm I'm
Mr.
going to
Chairman, that's
allow
false.
a
That's
point
false.
counterpoint for two more. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, that is false. It is among a number of false statements that the treasurer continues to make. That meeting in January was set up so that action could not be taken. And when I made a motion for action to be taken, then all of these procedural roadblocks were made when the meeting was already jiggered where action could not be taken. Action should have been taken in that meeting. And we would not be here today if action was taken in that meeting. And it was done to dither and delay so that this sort of stay could be placed in this ruling. And I think it's very troubling the way this has been handled. I would urge the board to reject this motion. And I think it shows, once again, that sort of this tactic of trying to turn this over to the courts rather than the board having to make the difficult decisions of actually rescinding the lease, which the lease does not follow the board's rules. That's what's occurring here, and I think that's very problematic. So I'm a no on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, I'll offer you an opportunity.
Just quick, Mr. Chairman, I will not say that it was a January meeting, but I know that there was a meeting in which the secretary did make a motion to move for the cancellation and basically in the order of the rules that it should have been made. I don't want to go on and on about this. There's a
Point of order.
Mr. Treasurer, the secretary has been insisting on a point of order. So,
well, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. I just want to get to the vote.
all right.
Okay.
Now,
Is he going to stop the
Chairman.
defamatory, or are we going to?
I said we were going to have 1, 2.
Okay.
So you can say, stop the defamatory, then we're done.
All right.
Are we done? Are we done?
I just want to get back to the issue, which is that the way this has been handled is highly irregular, and it is with a conclusion in mind. And it is to not have these leases rescinded when the clear will of this board is to have these leases rescinded.
Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Madam Superintendent, and then don't know if the auditor has anything. Okay, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a no vote on this. My preference would have been either tabling and or certifying and moving forward. So I'll be a no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to make this as brief as possible. The motion today, and I've thought about this a lot over the last week. The motion and actions today have nothing to do with ultimate support or disapproval of the projects. I will say that again. This is not a pro-project or anti-project vote we are taking today. And here's how I see the legal issues. I am not an attorney. I just play one on the Slib. We hung our hat on Judge Peasley's decision. I have immense respect for the judiciary. The wheels of justice turn slowly. And that is the reason that I wholeheartedly supported the moving forward with canceling and rescinding these leases. His decision, as we know, has been appealed by multiple parties. That judge himself has stayed his decision. It is not this board, it is not outsiders or insiders. It was the same judge who said our leases were illegal, said, great, your leases are illegal, but we're going to wait and have the Supreme Court ultimately decide that decision. So this is not a decision today that is pro-project or anti-project. This decision today before the Slib, in my mind, is how deep of a legal hole we are trying to dig ourselves in to unwind once the Supreme Court makes that decision. The issue before the Supreme Court is whether the lease complied with our rules, which have the force and effect of law. If the Supreme Court decides that it did not and upholds Judge Peasley's decision, we have a very clear path going forward. We can proceed with the cancellation of the lease in Niobrara County, and the cancellation in Converse County, in my understanding, will be null and void because that lease has been declared illegal. If the Supreme Court overturns Judge Peasley's decision, that in no way means the projects are green-lighted in any way, shape, or form. There were multiple issues brought by the complainants in that issue, and it is my understanding that that case would then go back to the district court for consideration on those other issues. In my mind, if we forced a cancellation before we have the issue from the Supreme Court on this issue, it would either be moot in the case that Judge Peasley's decision is upheld, or dig us into a worse legal mess to unwind and complicate considerations of the other matters brought by Mr. Stevens in this case. This is not a pro-wind or anti-wind vote today. This is simply, again, Judge Peasley has said, I believe in my decision, but even he is saying, let's pause until the Supreme Court hears that issue. That is why I will be supporting this. And again, it is likely we will have a decision in the next several months. The projects are not proceeding at this point. That is, we're not in a great position. I don't think anybody wants to be here, but that is my statement.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. And just for clarification, that in no way rescinds what we had said about cancellation of the lease. It's simply the matters that the auditor spoke about. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
And I am an aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would like clarification from our council as to where this puts us with respect to Pronghorn and Sidewinder separately. Because it appeared that the auditor was saying that Sidewinder's cancellation is still proceeding, and I'm not sure I believe that motion did this. Maybe I misunderstood what she said, but I just want to understand where we're at with this motion with regards to Pronghorn and then Sidewinder separately.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, as I understood the auditor's explanation, and I guess as I understand the motion as it was passed, I believe what she was describing is what happens depending upon the Supreme Court's decision. So if the Supreme Court upholds Judge Peasley, the Pronghorn lease is already effectively canceled because Judge Peasley's decision said the board didn't have authority to enter it in the first place and reverse the board's decision. Then proceedings could continue on Sidewinder based upon the fact that Judge Peasley's decision was upheld. That's my understanding of what the auditor was describing, and I agree with that.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, so with respect to both projects, Pronghorn and Sidewinder, the cancellation is not moving forward at this point.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, based on the board's motion that just passed, they're both stayed until the district court lifts its stay. So that would anticipate, let's assume, and I believe the auditor described this as well, let's assume that the Supreme Court overturns Judge Peasley's decision. There were multiple issues raised by the Stevens in that appeal. Could go back to the district court, and the district court could make a decision on the remainder of those issues. The office, to be fair, the office has asked for the Supreme Court to weigh in on those issues as well, but that's not typical. So it could go back to the district court, and the district court could make a decision based on other grounds. So it really, the district court won't stay or lift its stay, excuse me, until that has run its course. And then once that has run its course, the district court would lift its stay, and then the board would then have a decision to make based upon the state of affairs at that point in time.
And just to finish that off, that doesn't rescind, push back, delay. It does delay from the point of view of the Supreme Court's actions and the district court's ultimate lifting. But other than that, everything is staying in the same position it is today.
Mr. Chair, yes, I believe that's true. And in fact, when both Pronghorn and Sidewinder responded to the office's motion, that's what they asked you to do. Wait until things develop and get finally decided in the Pronghorn appeal. We'll know what things are like at that point, and then the board and the district court can decide what happens at that time. But it doesn't change the fact that there are still the pending contested cases before the board.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Office of State Lands and Investments proceed with lease cancellation and complete lease cancellation for Sidewinder H2 LLC's wind energy lease 1625 as previously directed by the board.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there, yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So question again, I mean, we are going through the process. I mean, I don't understand how this motion gets us any closer to cancellation, because given that we have to provide the opportunity per state statute to have a contested case hearing or move to district court, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I'm not sure I entirely understand your question, but because the board just passed a motion to stay, then it's just paused until a decision is made in Pronghorn. So it will not, the contested case doesn't go away, but it won't be moving forward in front of the board until the district court stay is lifted. So it's still there. It hasn't been terminated in any kind of way. It's just going to be paused until the district court lifts its stay. The district court said it's not going to lift its stay until the Supreme Court makes a decision.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Correct. I'm struggling to understand how this motion would be relevant to where we find ourselves.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, if I understood the motion correctly, it seems to be a bit contrary to the motion that just passed, where it says you stay both of the lease contested case proceedings until the district court lifts its stay. And if I understood the motion, it would direct the office to move forward with the Sidewinder lease as opposed to staying that contested case proceeding.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
The intent of the motion is that Sidewinder wasn't subject to the ruling of the court. Okay, it was Pronghorn that was subject to the ruling of the court. And that's why back in whatever month it was when we finally got to this, I believe it was March or April, we separated out those two motions, right? Because the Pronghorn was just adhering to the decision and Sidewinder was just by extension, because Judge Peasley ruled that the rules do not allow this lease, that we would rescind Sidewinder based on that decision, using that analogous reasoning, because his decision in Pronghorn was narrowly tailored to just Pronghorn, but the same reasoning could be used to rescind Sidewinder. To me, it makes zero sense what the board just did and is highly irregular in staying a decision based on a stay of a narrowly tailored ruling when we separated out the two motions. The reality is outside of the Pronghorn decision from Judge Peasley, the board should execute its own judgment as to whether those leases are not in compliance with the rules, because Sidewinder wasn't part of that case. And so I would say that with this highly irregular motion that just passed, which I think has a conclusion in mind, that we should separate out Sidewinder and move forward with the lease rescission with Sidewinder, because it has nothing to do with the case that is proceeding. The case that's proceeding through the courts is narrowly tailored to Pronghorn, and yes, the sort of principles there extend to Sidewinder, but I think the board can execute its own judgment with respect to Sidewinder as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to ask for a second.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, Mr. Secretary. I don't know that this gets us there based on that. I mean, I'll second the motion and we can take a vote on it.
Motion's been made. It's been seconded. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I'll have Mr. Treasurer and then I'll have the auditor.
I think that we forget in the testimony the last time this thing was bouncing around that and we had the counsel, I think, for Pronghorn and Sidewinder in the room. They asserted both publicly and through cross-examination by the auditor that they had cured the defect of them proceeding forward. And for those of you that don't have the clear understanding of what Judge Peasley's order was, he said that you cannot use electricity generated on the land. You have to take it to the grid. And both Pronghorn and Sidewinder effectively cured by saying that they have given up on any notion that they would use any electricity generated on the land, and that all of their electricity generated, as per the judge's ruling, would be going to the grid. So they effectively cured any defect that was brought about from the judge's ruling. So if you want to continue, by all means continue, but that has basically been what has been testified in before. And if there's any question, I guess I'd ask the auditor to recall that line of questioning if it's necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, I think we'll hopefully not stick with that, but I'm going to recognize the auditor. No comment or?
Mr. Chairman, I would reiterate from my last ramblings that this is not a pro-project or anti-project vote. This is clearly how many lawyers do we want to employ trying to untangle the mess we make. This keeps it cleanest this keeps it cleanest going forward, regardless of the Supreme Court's decision.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Treasurer, I have the secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the treasurer's confused again. Sidewinder put forward a proposal that they said was a workaround to Judge Peasley's decision, but it was just a proposal. And that would have required renewed action by the board for that proposal to have happened. We have testimony to that effect. And so that was just a proposal made in the week leading up to the board meeting, I believe, with the intent to influence the decision of the board. But no action was taken on that proposal. And that proposal is in no way consistent with the lease that was approved on a 4-1 vote of the board in April of 2025. So they have in no way cured anything with respect to Judge Peasley's decision.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
No.
There is none. I will proceed to the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
No. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I move that the Office of State Lands and Investments continue proceeding with lease cancellation and complete lease cancellation for Pronghorn H2 LLC's wind energy lease number 1620, as previously directed by the board.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, is it typical to have a motion that reverses a prior motion?
Not necessarily, but because we want to make sure this is all, I'm going to allow some latitude here. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is that an aye, Madam Superintendent?
Yes, sorry. Aye.
Nays?
No.
No. Another motion?
No,
Mr.
I'm gonna
Secretary.
have some comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, again, I think this has been very irregular, the way this has been handled, and I have major questions about the timing of the stay of Judge Peasley's decision, of the timing of the board meetings with respect to lease cancellation. And I just want to make sure that those questions are put forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Matt, did you have a comment, Madam Auditor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would just note that the cancellations are still
In front.
in force. They are still in front of us, in the same sense that Judge Peasley's order, they are now equal to each other. We are all waiting on the Supreme Court, so then we can move forward with more information at that time.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, just want to clarify for the public record. I mean, the cancellations have been stayed. So pretty much this is all going to be decided by the Supreme Court, not the board. And I think the idea that the cancellations are still in place is not correct. The moving forward has been stayed, and so it's not moving forward until there's more direction by the Supreme Court. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, and then I'll go with the treasurer. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, but given any action by this board, we still have the stay in place by Judge Peasley.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that's absolutely correct.
There's nothing this board could do to override that.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I believe that's correct.
And I've got the treasurer, and then I've got you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just really quick, I do agree with the auditors and the superintendents look at this, and essentially I would affirm that is that the same court that said that these things were I guess out of the ordinary or illegal is the same court that has said we need to move this to the Supreme Court. And like it or not, the Supreme Court is the top dog in these situations, and it gets there one way or the other.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brown, in our briefing, you said that the Judge Peasley stay is with respect to pronghorn. And so while pronghorn in your interpretation may very well be frozen, the board could still move forward with the lease cancellation of Sidewinder, even under your interpretation, correct, based on the rules that our interpretation of the rules of the board.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, of course, Judge Peasley decision only reached pronghorn. So the stay, it's true, only reaches pronghorn.
Mr. Chairman, so I just wanted to clarify that because the colloquy with the superintendent appeared to suggest that there was nothing that we could do further. And I don't think that's consistent with our counsel or with the ruling and the stay in any way. So
Further comment? Further discussion? Mr. Brown, thank you. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, next on the agenda is matter I-2, Sage Grouse Habitat Conservation Bank Oversight Agreement. As you will note on the agenda, this matter will be considered simultaneously with matter E-12. So as a brief description of I-2, this is the approval of a previously recognized and approved Sage Grouse Habitat Conservation Bank in front of the board. This is the Sweetwater River Conservancy Greater Sage Grouse Habitat Conservation Bank, and accompanying it is the oversight agreement that outlines how the state of Wyoming will help manage and interact with the entities that are proponents of this Sage Grouse Bank. In matter E-12, as discussed in your briefings, this is the special use lease that accompanies the banking agreement and outlines the state trust lands that lie within the new shape of the conservation bank that it is in front of you today. That board matter also outlines not only the change in acreage, but the change in consideration paid over time and the royalty rate over time. I believe we do have project proponents here today to speak to the board briefly and answer any questions.
Very good. Is anyone here or online to Mr. Lance.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your time this morning. First of all, I'd like to commend your staff. They've done a phenomenal job of working through what has been a long tenured discussion with our federal partners and the state group that's been impaneled from a technical standpoint to review these sorts of bank agreements, not only for Sweetwater, but for other proponents that I think will be coming before you in short order. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, the reason we're here to look at the oversight agreement in the first instance is in February of this year, I met with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to talk about an amendment to our existing bank agreement, which was first agreed to in 2015 when the sage grouse was a candidate species. Under the rules that existed at the time, the federal rules, you could have a sage grouse bank federally approved if there was a candidate or a listed species. Fast forward to this January, we no longer have the sage grouse listed as any sort of candidate or listed species. Consequently, all approvals should necessarily flow to the state, which is the authorizing entity under both state statute and state rule. And so in discussions with the Fish and Wildlife Service, they related the Trump administration's view that these matters should be handled as a state matter, and that the federal agencies didn't have a desire to continue to move forward with any further amendments. Our desire is to contract down the size of the bank, given absorption of credits being fairly anemic to not really necessitate 110,000 credits. We currently sell about 100 per year. And so the 32,000 or so that are described in the board matter are more than sufficient to meet the needs of industry and our other partners in the state. So with that, I'd answer any questions that you have, but I would commend the staff for their phenomenal work with us in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Are there questions, Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lance, who completes the audit, or are there audits? I've always kind of wondered that. I mean, since, I used to work for a company that bought a lot of these.
Yeah.
And so just curious of how that process goes and then how that would be transferred to the state, given if it is, Fish and Wildlife that does.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, a great question. Annually, we have to submit a report that details both the biological and economic preconditions to the approvals that you'll grant today, or I hope you'll grant today. So the reviews are really twofold. There's that review, and then we've already pre-funded a full endowment fund that completes our obligation to oversee the existing conservation easement that sits on the property. And that easement underpins all of the functional biological criteria. Because this is strictly a preservation bank, there is an active requirement to go do certain projects for sage grouse. So the Wyoming Stock Growers Agricultural Land Trust is the overseer and the monitor of the conservation easement, and they handle that annually. And that's fully funded by Pathfinder through our endowment. And then the financial and other terms are monitored by an annual report that's handed over to the staff of the State Land Office, which is then overseen by Game and Fish and the other members of the CMOG, as I understand it.
Mr. Chairman, to
Yeah.
follow up.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Stock Growers Land Trust is who's looking at, right? Because I think for 1 acre, you got offset with 3. And so then they're monitoring which particular acres have been purchased by which company and how those are spaced out so that it's not double dipping, I guess, so to speak.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, we've blocked out 32,000 or roughly 32,000 acres, and we only have that many credits to sell. It isn't really parcelized by company that has bought those credits. It's all within that bank unit, which is now going to be contracted back to this footprint, which has been approved by the biologists at Game and Fish and otherwise. So we can't sell any more than that, and those are documented against the total number of credits in this bank unit. So we only have that many to sell, and once we sell that many, we can't sell anymore. And that's documented annually and upon the sale of every credit to the staff of the State Land Office.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, who owns Pathfinder now? I have heard so many rumors over the years of who has an interest in this deal. I know there's been a recent sale or whatever. And so where are we at now? Who owns this and who are these people?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the current ownership of the bank is different than the ownership of the underlying land, which is authorized under the bank instrument. The bank is currently owned by Pathfinder and Sweetwater River Conservancy. The land is owned by Pathfinder Ensign Ranch LLC. They're a neighbor of ours at the Stone Ranch to the south of Pathfinder's Buzzard Bird Ranch. Large-scale landowner in Utah and in Idaho. They've then acquired Pathfinder for their cattle operation. It fits in their seasonal use across the ranges that they graze in. They're a family-owned entity. I met the primary owner, which is Chris Robinson, and his sister and his brother at closing. And our intent is, of course, to then, after this is approved, to seek assignment of the bank to them. So they will be, again, unified owners of the operation. But contrary to the stories that were out there after a Russian spoof, Vladimir Zelensky does not own Pathfinder or the bank or anything associated with it. It's a family-owned entity out of Utah with operations in the Western United States, long-tenured ranching family.
Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, one more.
Please, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I have a lot of opinions in general about sage grouse and all of this, but the matter before us today, which I think moves us in the right direction, is full state management and then reduction in terms of number of credits available. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that is exactly correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? All right, please, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But if this isn't approved, the whole thing lapses, right? And it just kind of ends, right?
Not clear about that. I think it just stays the same.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, it just stays the same. There's an existing bank in place that covers all of the acreage of all the state acreage that sits outside of this footprint, and it would just persist on that acreage, in addition to the acreage that's under this agreement.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, and U.S. Fish and Wild Service would still be engaged in that,
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that's correct.
right?
They would be the authorizing entity for the bank in Wyoming because they've granted that approval.
Right. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would just, state that, again, while I have issues with this in general and things that I think could do differently, at least this moves us in the right direction of state management to be able to move forward and then, again, reduces the amount.
Very good, thank you. Madam Director, there are two matters here. How would you like to consider them?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we start first with matter I2 and the recommendation that doesn't come from the office. It comes from the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group to approve the amended and restated Conservation Bank Agreement and approve execution of the oversight agreement with the Sweetwater River Conservancy Greater Sage Grouse Habitat Bank, and then follow with matter E12 for the board.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Director's Rec on item, I'm sorry, did you say?
I2.
I2, yes. Sorry, I almost did the
Is
exact opposite.
Is there support for that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, obviously, I've never been a big fan of these either. I remember when the legislature authorized these credits. You know, we tried to stop it in third reading in the House, and we were 3-4 votes away. We got really close. I'm going to be voting no on this. I understand the superintendent's argument that this is reducing the footprint and appreciate that, but I just think it also continues sort of this infrastructure, and I'd prefer us to go down the route of just ending this deal and going the route of the federal government, which is removing ourselves from it entirely. So I think, because I think this further ensconces, you know, that state involvement, I'm going to be a no, but understand what the superintendent's saying as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further comments?
Yeah,
There
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
But
or
just-
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, do we still have a problem with stopping mineral leasing and things like that if the sage grouse would get on the endangered species list? I'm assuming we would, and that's why we're doing this. And if we just wash our hands of it and walk away and they get on that list, what would that do to the mineral industry? I'm curious if you know.
Mr. Treasurer, it's a good question. I'm not sure we have anybody here who can fully answer that. As a person who cares a lot about grazing livestock, having a sage grouse listed would be a problem. And having toured much of the Thunder Basin grasslands with former Secretary Perdue, you know, I think that these mechanisms were opportunities for landowners to preserve their operations without the sort of management oversight of the federal government. So.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the state's got their control, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, through you. The state will have control of this, and so the federal government's out, and now we're just looking after our own interests as far as either grazing or mineral.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Treasurer, I could probably talk about this for a while, but would just point out that with changing technologies and horizontal drilling, impact, you know, on the surface becomes less and less. And I would also say that sometimes it harms us. You know, we've done a lot of this to keep the animal off the endangered species list, but when you have your core areas, oftentimes BLM will look at those like a target and then not lease. And so that continues to be a problem even with state management. But again, I digress.
Okay, well, back to BLM. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Secretary.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, you know, I think one thing, Treasurer, too, is we can't just continue to live in this culture of fear where, you know, somebody says that something's going to happen and therefore we've got to lock up our land and you know, incur all these expenses. I just think that is, you know, I push back a little bit on that. Certainly understand the question from the treasurer, but I think the whole premise of this for a long time has been an attempt to increase costs for the state, increase costs for landowners, for our citizens, and further take land out of productive capacity. So.
Very good. Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Okay, now move to matter E12.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam,
I would
Honor.
move director's recommendation on E12, which decreases the leased area for this restrictive purpose from 30,080 acres to 15,441 acres. Just a note, that's a decrease of 14,638 acres that will now be available for other uses.
Second.
it's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion is unanimous. Or it carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda, we will return to the top of the agenda, which is tab B, reports. These are informational in nature, but if the board has any questions on any of the reports before we move forward, we have staff that are here and able to answer those questions.
Are there questions?
Yeah, just one, Mr. Chairman, just want a clarification. It looks like on tab V1, we still have 169,423,418.69. So we haven't done any land purchases in what, ever since that Kelly money got in there?
Madam Director,
Have we? Yeah, we have some there. Yeah, we do have some expenditures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. There have not been any land purchases since the sale of the Kelly parcel.
Okay, appreciate that.
all right. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to tab C, forestry matters. C1 is permit sales and information only. If you have any questions about that, Forester Norris is here as well for matter C4 to give her report to the board.
Good morning, Forester Norris. Are there questions for Forester Norris?
All right. Thank you, Chairman and members of the board for your time today. I'm pleased to provide you with a wildfire and forest management update. Temperatures returned to near normal across much of Wyoming in May, while precipitation remained below normal. Below normal precipitation combined with ongoing drought has slowed green up in many areas. Fire potential is expected to increase this month where green up has been slowest, particularly in the northeast portion of Wyoming. Conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate through July and August, with an increasing likelihood of dry thunderstorms. For those board members tracking, Wyoming has had 396 fires that have burned over 20,600 acres. In May, State Forestry brought on our seasonal hell attack firefighters and our seasonal seat-based manager. Our contracted Type 3 helicopter began service in mid-May and is based at the Duncan Ranch. The Hell Attack program is fully staffed with one permanent position currently under recruitment. We are also proud to have hired our first Smokebuster graduate to join the Hell Attack program this summer. On June 1st, our contracted Type 2 helicopter and all 4 single-engine air tankers came online. All 4 seats are currently stationed at the Thunder Basin Seat Base in Gillette due to our aviation starting earlier than usual. The Casper and Worland tanker bases will not open until June 15th, and once Casper opens, 2 seats will relocate there. We are fortunate to have activated our aviation resources early. During this past week, every contracted State Forestry aircraft has been assigned to wildfire response. To date, the Type 3 helicopter has delivered more than 9,000 gallons of water, the Type 2 helicopter more than 10,500 gallons, and the seats exhausted all of the supply at Thunder Basin. Their initial supply is 7,000 gallons of retardant before transitioning to water on Saturday evening. Additional retardant arrived late last night, and so all seats will be functioning with retardant today. Construction of the new helibase at the Casper Natrona County International Airport continues to progress very well and is now expected to be completed by mid to late July, approximately 2 months ahead of schedule. The Smokebuster program will have 25 inmates participating this year. This is the highest enrollment since COVID-19. 18 participants completed wildland fire and chainsaw training, with all required training scheduled to be completed by this Wednesday, June 10th. The entire crew will become available for assignment beginning the end of shift on this Wednesday, June 10th. But there are 7 Smokebusters and 2 crew members out supporting a fire right now today in Weston County. So with an EFSA request that just came in for it. So the Gannett Peak Wildland Fire Module in Lander and Pronghorn Wildland Fire Module in Douglas have successfully hired and onboarded all seasonal firefighters. Approximately half of the 20 seasonals hired are Wyoming residents, while the remainder are coming across from the country, from California, Colorado, Kansas, Georgia, and even New Hampshire. A regional manager has been hired for the Lander position, and recruitment remains underway for the remaining regional manager and module leader positions, with interviews today for the Lander module. Both modules are currently engaged in preseason readiness training while preparing their operating bases and housing facilities. Getting these modules operational has required tremendous support from many partners. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Department of Health, particularly the staff at the Wyoming Life Resource Center in Lander, for providing office space, storage, and housing support. I'd also like to thank Wyoming State Fair, the Converse County Commissioners, and Douglas Volunteer Fire Department for their assistance in securing office space and housing in Douglas. While there's still many challenges to address, including pending deliveries of equipment and finalizing some housing arrangements in Douglas, we remain focused on our goal, ensuring these modules are fully available and supporting Wyoming's wildland fire suppression needs this summer. Over the month of April, Wyoming Retirement System developed personalized retirement information packets and provided one-on-one meetings for each state forestry employee who qualified for the state firefighter or law enforcement retirement. We successfully transitioned 13 employees into these 2 retirements. Also, new hazard pay and rest and recovery policies were developed in coordination between state forestry and the Human Resources Resources Department. These policies went into effect May 1st, and HRD developed and provided training for all our seasonal and permanent staff. This week, Casper Mountain Volunteer Fire Department will host Stronger Together Wildfire Planning Workshop. This 2-day workshop will bring together local leaders, fire service professionals, and community partners to assess wildland-urban interface risks on Casper Mountain and chart a clear, actionable path to reduce those risks. The workshop is supported by the National Fallen Firefighter Foundation, the National Volunteer Fire Council, and the International Fire Association. Turning to forestry and our Good Neighbor Authority program, State Forestry sold 4.5 million board feet of timber from state trust lands in 2025. Because our sustainable annual target is approximately 4 million board feet a year, we anticipate a similar level of timber sales in 2026. This year, State Forestry will administer 59% of all U.S. Forest Service timber sales offered in Wyoming. That represents a 28% increase from last year and demonstrates the continued growth and effectiveness of the program. To better support expanding field operations, we have relocated 2 field offices. The Riverton field office moved to Lander to support the Gannett Peak module and consolidate operations in Fremont County. Additionally, the Lyman field office relocated to Kemmerer to better support the shared stewardship pilot project with the Bridger-Teton National Forest. The new office, hosted by the Lincoln County Commissioners, will house 1 assistant district forester and a G&A contract forester. The shared stewardship pilot project, known as the LaBarge project, contains an estimated 17 million board feet of timber and has the potential to provide stable timber supply to local industries for the next 5 to 7 years. State Forestry's contracting processes are particularly well suited for developing these smaller contractors, and this effort will focus on small timber sales ranging from 5 to 10 acres in size, and really looking to incorporate some additional larger projects in that Ham Forks area in the future. State Forestry has been able to expand G&A work due in large part to $4.9 million in federal funding from the U.S. Forest Service. Of that amount, $2 million will be supporting our G&A staff under the Shared Stewardship Agreement. Additional funds include $1.4 million for contractual work on the Medbow, $250,000 in the Bighorns, $500,000 for the Bridger-Teton, and $400,000 of contractual work for the Shoshone National Forest. This and federal investment also helped leverage participation in State Forestry's new Forest Health Grant Program. The Wyoming legislature appropriated $3.5 million to launch the program. We received 31 applications requesting $12.2 million in grant funding, supported by leverage funds of additional $11.4 million in matching across 14 Wyoming counties. Together, these proposed projects represent nearly $24 million in forest health investments. Applications propose more than 25,000 acres of project work, demonstrating significant demand for proactive forest health treatments and making the program highly competitive. To evaluate applications, State Forestry established a review panel with representatives from Wyoming Game and Fish, conservation districts, federal agencies, the Department of Environmental Quality, and forestry experts. Applications are currently under review, and final award decisions are expected by the end of June. The panel will issue preliminary notifications, conduct site visits, and finalize agreements in the coming months. And Mr. Chairman, this concludes my presentation. To sum up, Wyoming enters the 2026 fire season with expanded aviation capacity, fully staffed fire modules, and growing forest management programs that are delivering measurable results statewide. Thank you for your time and continued support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Madam Forrester. Are there questions? Are there questions? I only have one, Forrester, Black Hills. Just an update.
Mr. Chairman, Black Hills is doing well overall. We sold a very large timber sale at the beginning of this year in the Sandstone Project, Fort Project area. With that, we're working closely with the Forest Service on future timber sales in the Bear Lodge Ranger District. There has been transitions in that district with the district ranger moving to the Northern Hills, but we're working pretty closely with the forest supervisor. At the same time, the forest plan revision is still moving slowly, but we're working through that process with South Dakota, in particular, working with species of conservation concern and looking at providing input prior to the program, that forest plan revision going into actual NEPA plan revision, which should start the end of this year.
Okay. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Any update on statewide moisture levels? I know that what we've got the last couple of weeks is probably too little too late, but was it anything?
Mr. Chairman, Auditor, it helped bring the relative humidity up and reduced fire risk. In certain areas, it has definitely helped reduce that risk for an extended period of time, but it's our soil moisture and the soil content in the ground is so dry. We are ahead, almost a month ahead, typically, of what we're used to. That's, bringing on our aviation a month early. Most things we're not set up to hire and start till June 15th. And we were chasing fires this weekend. And what we're seeing is the winds also coming in these fronts with that moisture is really just coming behind and drying that moisture content out. And the most concerning part, without the snowpacks that we didn't have, when we're having lightning strike in the high elevation countries, we're noticing the fuel moisture content of that heavy fuel is not there. And so when we had lightning hit the Laramies earlier last week, we were surprised to see how much heavy fuel was burning in those areas already. And that's just, it's dry. Yeah.
Thanks. Any further? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And thank those that are on the fires. So, very good, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, next is matter D1. This is our non-owned livestock fee for subleasing on state trust lands. By way of a little bit of background, during the 2026 budget session, Senate Enrolled Act brought forward some amendments to subleasing of state lands. What this created was an alternate to the sublease approval and payment requirements. This allows a lessee to provide within 30 days of having non-owned livestock on a state grazing lease, notice to the office that animals are being grazed on a state grazing lease, and then to be charged a non-owned livestock fee per head per month. This was part of the legislation that passed, and part of that bill did specify that the board would set this non-owned livestock fee. You'll see as your next board matter D2, there are rules to accompany this, but this is to set the fee for that non-owned livestock fee per head per month on state land, and the recommendation would be at $2 per head per month.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'd like to get something that's a little bit easier to handle, but I'll just let you guys know that they're getting $120 a head per month grazing in the Dakotas right now. And that's because hay's $270 a ton, and it's cheaper to do that than feed a ton of hay at $270. So I just want to make sure that we, as these leases get moved through, that we understand that we have to comply with Article 18, Section 3, and we do that by having market rates. So people can't say that anybody's getting a great deal, but they're getting market rates on their leases. That way we keep the the billionaires from coming around and putting our livestock industry out of business. But we just got to realize that we want to have actions that don't lend that to a court case.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman.
Or Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, Director Berry, would you mind just sharing how you came up with the $2 a head and what process that was?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, the legislation first puts a cap on our ability to go any higher than half of the annual AUM rental. And so based on the board's rules that sets the annual rental right now at $6.44, it meant that we were at a starting place of $3.22 as the maximum that we could potentially recommend to the board. We elected to work with industry groups and discuss with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association and Wyoming Farm Bureau as they represent the bulk of grazing lessees, and came to a suggested amount of $2, although not scientific, meant as a starting point for the board to look at.
Madam
Mr.
Auditor.
Chairman, Director, could we peg as we adopt this fee, could we simply peg it to the AUM versus setting an absolute dollar amount? So that we wouldn't necessarily have to revisit it as often?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe that you could. I think you could just amend this motion to have it change. If you wanted to change it so that it was a proportional rate and then changed every year, we do annually bring the board the new set AUM rate. If you wanted to pass it for a certain amount of time and then have us bring it back when we do the annual AUM rate so you can consider it all at once, that is an alternative as well, if that would be more helpful. We just have legislation that takes effect July 1st and wanted to make sure we had it in place for this summer.
And Mr. Treasurer, if you'll let me just have a quick comment and then I'll recognize you. Madam Director, this is for the additional non-owned livestock fee. Is that correct? So you already have an AUM fee that's coming to the state. This is over and above. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. All lessees will still be required to pay their annual rental for their lease. This would be on top of that for any non-owned livestock fee that are not going through the subleasing process.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm thinking that something along the lines that would hardly ever be used except in these extreme drought things here. But, it'd be $2 a head or 10% of any AUMs over $30 an animal unit. And then that allows, I think, our ranchers and livestock owners to get fairly compensated in a drought situation, but still leaves the state in an area that I think we've got good solid footing to say that we're not giving anybody any special treatment.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Director, a quick question on that. What's contemplated in the legislation is more or less a voluntary program, if I understood it correctly.
No.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Anyone that has a state grazing lease and wants to utilize this as, maybe a matter of convenience can do that, but the other subleasing option still remains. And as you'll see when we move to the rules, if for some reason a grazing lessee has companies that may own their grazing lease and their animals are owned by a different company, as long as they have 80% or greater common ownership, that requires no sublease and no non-owned livestock fee, but both are voluntary for the grazing lessees to participate in.
Thank you. Further discussion? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I don't feel particularly married to it, so if it's just a starting point, but I would move that the board adopt a monthly non-owned livestock fee of 1/3 the current minimum annual rental for non-conflicted leases AUM rate. And Mr. Chairman, that would actually put it at $215 right now, but I think that's quite close to where we were. And then also that pegs it so we are not separately considering this rate, or that this rate does remain proportional to whatever the calculated AUM rate is from year to year.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is matter D2. These are proposed rule changes for Chapter 4, grazing and agricultural leasing, to tack on to the conversation we've been having. These changes encompass that non-owned livestock fee, so it goes into the process for how individuals that wish to utilize this option would have to notify the office within 30 days of the non-owned livestock being on a state parcel, and then notify and pay the office within 30 days of the animals leaving the state parcel. It would be considering a month to be a 30-day period and prorating it on either side of that amount. It also outlines the 80% or greater ownership percent that I discussed earlier with the two different companies. As long as they can certify to the office that that ownership is greater than 80%, there would be no sublease and no non-owned livestock fee necessary. And as a reminder, the subleasing provisions that have existed previous to this time still exist. So if those that want to utilize subleasing provisions as they've done in the past can do that as well. This just adds this additional option, and these rules outline how that will be managed by the office. Happy to answer any questions you have about these rules.
Thank you, Madam Director. Are there questions?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering on that 80% rule there, is there anything like if you got, say you got 4 siblings and they're all getting 25% and none of them have over 80%, but is there any way to make sure that if that was an occurrence that they wouldn't be subject to it also?
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think we're bound by that 80%. So the tough part would be if you had a ranch corp that had 4 siblings and only 3 of them owned the cattle, then you would not have both companies having 80% or greater. So it may be prohibited by statute, but that 80% threshold is what is in the statute that the rule is reflecting.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Well, if that causes any problems, I'm sure the legislators will take care of it. It's just that I thought that might be a situation at some point in time, but it looks like that's going to be a job for the guys next to you.
Very good. Further comments, questions? If there are none,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
got one online.
Oh, online, we have Mr. McGagna. Recognize you, Mr. McGagna. It looks like you're unmuted. We still having trouble hearing you, sir.
Has that helped, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you now. Thank you, Mr. McGagna. Now we can't. Now he's offline. Is that right?
Oh, it's for the non-owned livestock fee as just been approved by the board. And I want to express our appreciation to the Office of State Lands and Investments for working closely with the industry, both in developing the legislation in a manner that works both for our industry and for the board and the office, as well as in developing these proposed rule changes. So that, Mr. Chairman, just express appreciation and be happy to answer any questions if there may be any.
All right, thank you. We can hear you kind of clearly now. So are there any questions for Mr. McGagna? Any questions? Well, thank you for coming in loud and clear. Further conversation, comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
I move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
What he
The
said.
treasurer's has moved it. I'm assuming the auditor seconded it.
I'll second.
With that, any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is D3, adoption of regular rules for both Chapter 4, grazing and agricultural leasing, and Chapter 5, special use leasing. As a reminder, these rules started their process in January of this year when we began the regular rulemaking process. They were out for public comment for 47 days and 10 comments were received. The comments, as we talked about in all of your briefings, were attached in Exhibit A. In addition, we created a summary of the comments received, the responses and proposed changes in Exhibit B, and then a set of rules for the public and the board to see on what the recommended changes would be for Chapter 5, as there were no changes to be made from the proposal in Chapter 4. So all changes from the originals are in Chapter 5. Happy to answer any questions that the board might have on these.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Mr. Bump, anybody online wanting to testify on this? Does not
Mr.
appear.
Chairman, nobody online, but I believe you have some representatives in the House that would like to address the
Very
board.
good. Thanks. Please, if there's anyone who would like to address, please approach. If there's a little guy that looks like he's sneezing.
Keep it
Yep,
held down.
There you are.
Chairman, members of the board, thank you. My name is Keith Moore. I'm a fifth generation rancher in northern Commerce County. I guess my biggest concern, it's more about the agreements that you sign as being pad specific as opposed to oil well specific. Each oil well represents a significant impact to the public's land, and I don't believe that the state's being compensated for those. And correct me if I have this wrong, but currently I believe if they have if an oil well company has a pad agreement, the state's payment for that is the same whether there's one well or 10 wells on that pad. And we've gotten away from that on our ranch. It took us a while to catch up. We were still using old vertical well information. They were for a pad, but there was just one well on it. And that's changed now. They put 4 to 10 oil wells on a single pad. And if you're being compensated at the same rate, whether there's 1 or 10, it just doesn't add up in my sense living out there on it. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Madam Director, any response that you might have?
Mr. Chairman, that testimony is correct. These well pad leases are for the space that the wells are on, but they are not per well that is on the well pad. Some of the thought process in our leasing is royalties are really the revenue generator. And so when we see surface impact, we believe based on our appraisal staff's professional review of the impact to the surface that the special use leasing for the well pads that exist on the surface in conjunction with the royalties generated by the wells on there are sufficient to meet our fiduciary duty.
Thank you. And is the bonding adequate?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's an open question. We can do a $10,000 bond per well and up to $100,000 to cover all wells on state lands. So that is where our bonding is at right now. I believe we have a little bit of flexibility to change that if we need to, but I think at this time, that is an open question. Mr. Booth, I don't know if you have insight you'd like to offer on that as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, regarding bonding of a special use lease, it would be subject to a certified engineer's estimate of reclamation. And if there are wells associated with a mineral lease, likely additional on top of that to hold that mineral lease.
And Mr. Booth, would that also cover access roads?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it would.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, thank you. I'm going to ask one more time if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily a question, but just to let people know that the Joint Ag Committee is going to be covering, I guess, state land leases. I think it's on Thursday at 3:30 this week. So up in Riverton. So that it's essentially what we're going to be looking at is just kind of an assessment and inventory of what the other states are charging in different areas. And so hopefully to kind of get a review as to whether we're charging our industry too much or not enough, or just what the usual and customary rates are on some of these areas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Further discussion? Please, there, another, yeah. Yep, please. Come up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Director Barry, my name is Rob Boner. Like Mr. Moore, a multi-generational, 6-generational family ranch in Converse County. Apologize I didn't get a chance to submit additional written comments after the current draft came out, but if it would please the board, I have some oral comments I'd like to make.
Please, go ahead.
First of all, appreciate most of the changes, but I think it can be improved a little bit. Again, this pertains to Chapter 5, specifically the oil and well pad leases. First comment I would have is on paragraph 6H and maybe even subparagraph 3. And it's concerning the timing aspect of the applications and response time by the lessee. I have really no problem with the timetable laid out. My concern is the definition of an application, a complete application. What H talks about is almost solely about compensation. But for us, an application involves more than compensation. There's the pad design, there's the access routes, there's infrastructure surveys. We have experienced an application that says, here's what we're going to pay you, but no supporting documentation. Again, I have no problem with the timetable laid out, but I think the application should be a complete application with much more than just the compensation. Pad design, road access route, infrastructure access routes, and design. So I would really like to see the definition of a complete application expanded.
Thank you, Mr. Boner. That was a concern I had at the initial outlay of this, but if I remember, Director, there is still an opportunity to address those issues. It delays the process a little bit, but you still, the landowner or lessee has an opportunity, if I remember correctly.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And one thing that I might offer to try and address this instead of amending the rules is something that we as an office can do to help. And that is amending the form and making sure that the form includes more detail so that we make sure you get that type of information from the get-go when we're working with the applicant at the beginning. And so perhaps a more detailed form would get you more of that information you're looking for from the start.
Agreed.
Mr. Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
No, go ahead.
Agreed. It's a very minimal form right now. And is maybe a form from the 1950s or 1960s. Doesn't really pertain to multi-well pads that are taking place right now.
Yeah. Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Boner, and so all you're looking for is what that design is, essentially. You just want to see it. You're not trying to be engaged in that process of designing their pad.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, no, as a surface lessee, we would want the design to mimic what we do on our fee lands. That would pertain to topsoil management, slopes, degree of slopes. And those type, and then the access route itself. I mean, it's pretty hard to have just turn a surveyor loose or somebody do a desktop design on a road. So yes, I do think we would like to have the ability to comment and consult on any of those surveys or designs.
And Madam Superintendent, you know, thinking back to the days of coal bed methane, where a lot of times people would just say, this is where our access route's going to go, and we're going to run the pipeline clear over there. I guess that was my concern. You had some operators that were perfectly willing to work with landowners, and others that just said, we've got the right of way. So it would be nice to at least have some ability to discuss that, but I'm not sure you can tell them exactly how to handle everything. Those are sort of state regulations.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please, Mr. Vonnegut.
what we have tried to provide the office is input on the way we handle things. And at the end of the day, it's the board's decision.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully the office comes, you know, to reasonable recommendations, but at the end of the day, it's the board's. If I may, I would like the ability to comment on your pad design, and if the director doesn't agree with me, the ability to appeal that to the board eventually. That seems pretty extreme, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the board's decision on those minute details, frankly.
Follow up on that, Madam Superintendent. Madam Director, any?
Mr. Chairman, I would just offer that if a form that requires more detail from the beginning would be helpful, we're happy to update the form so that more detail is, you know, requested from the outset when that comes to the surface lessee initially.
Yeah. Did you have more comments?
Sure.
Okay.
In addition, I had a comment on section 7, paragraph B, which is the rates. And honestly, I'm a little concerned of Director Barry's recent comment about mixing oil royalty rates with surface rates and looking at it as a complete package. As a rancher with no mineral rights, obviously that's a different perspective for us. But as I look at 7B, we keep talking about fair market value. And I guess I would say that in Converse County, with so many split estate issues, the surface compensation rates do not take into consideration any of the mineral revenue. So that's the kind of perspective I'd like to get to the office, you know, is that we can provide you with evidence of what fair market rates are in Converse County. But if the perspective is we're going to take into consideration the royalty rate, the royalty compensation, it's not going to be reflective of the fair market value. So I would really like to strengthen, if we could, you know, the guidance towards the director's office that they will consider fair market value evidence strongly in their recommendations.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that is what our office does now, and that's why we wanted to outline in subsection B that we would, essentially welcome any executed agreements, because our appraisers, even though I'm talking about the entire package, because the state is typically owner of the surface and the mineral estate, know that when we do an analysis on the surface estate, it is based on all the data we have for that surface impact. So it's not creating a discount in some way because of the royalties that would be retained. It is based on data for fair market value of the surface use. And so that's why any entities that want to share agreements with us so that we make sure we're as competitive as possible, we're happy to utilize that information that folks are willing to share.
Okay, very good. Final comment is on, actually, I don't even know where we go, maybe in 14 in bonding, but I don't really see anywhere in this whole chapter 5 where there is any requirements in the regulations for reclamation. And I guess I'm concerned about that. Maybe too much detail, but I think we just had a contested situation in front of the Office of State Lands about a lay flat line that operator wanted to move produced water through. We don't allow that on our properties because we've had that happen, and produced water will contaminate your land, the salts in it. It's my understanding that the office is going to recommend that this operator go ahead and be allowed to transport produced water through a lay flat line. We've had that situation with another operator on state lands. That water also traversed onto our property off the state lands, and the reclamation project on the state lands was insufficient. It's not reclaimed. So I would look for some kind of language in chapter 5 that will require reclamation back to the long-term productive ag value, livestock value in the special use leases.
Mr. Booth.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, great point. Thank you. Thank you that you pointed that out. Within our lease, the expectation is that they're constructing these well pads pursuant to industry standards. They're relegated to follow all federal, state, local regulations in that regard. There's additional provisions in that lease that require reclamation as near as practicable to the pre-disturbed condition. I just want to take a second to explain kind of our field inspection process, and maybe that's helpful to get comfortable in that regard. But we inspect all our special use leases regularly, and if there's a concern, we absolutely get involved and we work with that particular leaseholder to ensure that erosion concerns are mitigated, anything like that. And we welcome any of our surface lessees. They are our eyes and ears on the ground. Really appreciate all of them. We welcome them to call us at any time. Be happy to send someone out and work on any issues that there may be.
And Mr. Booth, I appreciate that. I'm sort of going back, and let me just state at the outset, because I did work for an oil and gas operator, that the vast majority of oil and gas operators are stand-up, terrific people. Having been on the Oil and Gas Commission for a while, we know that there are some that aren't, and I'm happy that we've been able to clean up the vast majority of situations that were not particularly well done. But the reason I do that is I think there is some flexibility, because if I'm going back to some of the really bad operators that we had in the Powder River Basin at times, I think the state could put additional bonding requirements on over the $100,000 for the entire state. And these newer, the newer plays are not quite the same. I mean, obviously wells are millions and millions of dollars, not your backyard well drilling outfit that you've pulled out to go see if you could hit some gas somewhere. So I think that the circumstances are a bit different, but I do think that that still has you have the capacity and in a situation where you may have a bad actor, the ability to require additional bonding. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Even in section 14 right now, it talks about the director's ability to request additional bonding not anticipated at the time of the lease. So there are additional bonding provisions available to us.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. In the last 2 years, we had a operator with a produced water line leak, 2 of them. And to your point that these are not coal bed methane operators, I get that. They followed our requirements to remove and replace all contaminated soils. And those cleanups cost several $1 million. So when you talk about a bond of $100,000, and again, these are much more prudent, substantial operators in the coal bed methane, but $100,000 is a drop in the bucket to clean up the worst spills, which are these produced water spills.
Yeah, and I would also note the other issue is that a lot of time these are subcontractors that may be more difficult to be able to bring to heel. Madam Superintendent, I think the intent of these rules, if I remember, was to make it more efficient to be able to develop. And it was not the intent to try to subvert the protections or the opportunities for landowners to have some say in this. I don't know if you have any particular comments on this.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And really to streamline the process and provide comment. I mean, we've actively talked about what that comment is. And so, I mean, I think we've gotten to a good place. I mean, a lot of the comments during the rulemaking process were incorporated, correct? And so it's not perfect for industry. I think that we're in a good place with it, that we're able to work with both grazing lessees and with our oil and gas producers. And so I'm happy with where we've ended up, incorporating a lot of the comments that were received during the public comment period.
Further comments? Mr. Boner, I really appreciate this. And what worries me sometimes is that, we try to do the best things and then we start seeing the problems. And I appreciate your bringing our attention to these matters.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate your time. And I know that there is a concern about adopting these rules quickly, but I would ask for your consideration of some of the thoughts I expressed here and see if we could work a little bit further and try and get these wrapped up at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Obermuller.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pete Obermuller, President of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Appreciate your time and consideration on this. Mr. Chairman, if I might, I just want to reverse a little bit and go back to why we're even here. When I took over at PAW 7.5 years ago, and as the technology of horizontal drilling developed in Wyoming, it became clear to me via my members that it was that the rules at state lands were not keeping pace with the technology. Where they were developed for vertical wells, and we have moved beyond that, particularly in the Powder River Basin. And so, Mr. Chairman, what I was hearing from my members was that the process by which we can get a lease to produce state-owned minerals from state-owned land was becoming too onerous, that in some cases we preferred working with the BLM, which I think is an indictment of our process of the state of Wyoming. So because of that, we engaged with Director Berry on this, and really appreciate her and Mr. Bump, Mr. Booth, and Ms. Barlow for all of their hard work trying to develop a path forward. Mr. Chairman, I think we've come to a place where we can accept it. As Superintendent mentioned, we didn't get everything in this that we would have liked, quite frankly, but we think it moves the process forward pretty substantially. One of our biggest challenges with state lands in the current rules, until you adopt these today, which I hope you will, simply was timing. It's taking way too long to get leases, and there was way too much confusion about who needed a lease and when. And really, at a fundamental level, what this rule change does is it makes it very clear to my members who needs a lease, what's it going to cost, and how long is it going to take? 3 very fundamental questions that are answered. And Mr. Chairman, I think we get there on this, and I'm happy to take questions about it. I will just say to close, in response to the initial question and Director Berry's rightful remarks about focusing on royalties. The director gave a great presentation to the Joint Minerals Committee just last week about oil and gas delivering in royalties alone to state lands over $1 billion over the last 10 years, about $105 million in 2025. Mr. Chairman, the oil and gas industry is the lion's share, 97% of the revenue that comes in, if you take out the Kelly parcel, that comes into state lands every single year. And that comes from royalties. And what we asked state lands to do was to keep their eye on the ball, that royalties are what provide revenue to the trust beneficiaries, and that this board and state lands has a constitutional fiduciary duty to maximize that potential. And the process was minimizing that potential. I think we've really made progress here. I'm happy to answer questions about it. One last thought, sorry, Mr. Chairman, just because I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of bonding, because this isn't the place to discuss it. But Mr. Chairman, my personal opinion, PAW is willing to work on this, but bonding is probably the least effective way to take care of reclamation. You know this from the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. We have a reclamation fund paid for entirely by industry that works exceedingly well. We do not have reclamation and orphan well problems in Wyoming that other states have because of that fund. That's industry taking care of problems internally. Bonding ties up capital at the beginning, but it doesn't solve the problem at the end. So we're happy to have that conversation later, but Mr. Chairman, I'd issue caution, not to mention that the state just passed a state-backed bonding pool, which would mean the state would further back an increased bond from the state. As a policy matter, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Mr. Chairman, I'll end there and get back to the roll.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Obermuller, I guess just in response, the concern is that it took us quite a while to clean up after CBM. There were some really bad operators that we couldn't even track down, and we did most of that cleanup ourselves. And thank you very much for your assistance in that. For a lessee on state lands, and I go from direct, I guess, experience, when a cattle guard is placed in the road, it slows down a truck. And when a truck decides they're not going to go through the cattle guard because it's just a lot faster to go through the gate next to it, and they just take the gate out, then, and this is not normal, I'm not suggesting it is, but it's a pretty big, I guess, inconvenience would be a light word to say, you don't have to go gather your cows out of the neighboring pasture. And I know we're all trying to do a much better job. And as I say, I think most operators, most subcontractors are phenomenal. They do a really over-the-top job. But there are these bad actors from time to time. And particularly when it comes to reclaiming roads, and also in the case of, gathering lines, that sort of thing, if there's bad, efforts there, that's, I guess, where my question on the additional bonding came from, because, the bonding really covers that we have is really covering the well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real briefly in response, yeah, we can talk about the effectiveness of bonding, particularly on BLM lands. Bonding is a complete waste because the money actually never goes to reclamation, even if a bond is forfeited. It's wild. At the state, it's a little bit different. We can talk about that. I think my main point, particularly about this rule and about comments that were made, is that we at PAW, we trust your professional staff to make these decisions on well pad design, on bonding, et cetera, for land that you own. Not land that the neighbor owns, you own. And we trust them to make that decision, and this rule allows us to work with them to do that.
Yeah, no, I would agree, but thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Obermuller?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent?
not a question, but just would remind folks too, because I don't know if this was in the app or the materials, but our flow chart that was created, I think is really helpful in showing how the comment, how we engage with the grazing lessee. I mean, it's really built in a good visual of how this will operate.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly to Superintendent Degenfelder, yes, and all of that process, getting a lease with state lands, already requires us to provide all of so much of that information that was talked about earlier. It's not as though it's just like a one-page sheet and nobody knows anything. It's all out there.
And it is a good process to expedite. Please.
Mr. Chairman, Connor Nicholas from Bud Fallon Law Offices. I'm here for another matter, but this is one that matters to a lot of my clients and a lot of landowners in the area. So I did want to talk about it. I definitely share many of the opinions that Mr. Boner has as far as lack of information that a landowner, I guess I should say a lessee often, but sometimes it could be a landowner gets. And when they're given a 1.5-page form and they say, you just got to sign the form, you got to sign the form. And they get a landman that calls them weekly saying, hey, did you sign the form yet? And they don't even know what it really is supposed to relate to. So I do believe that a form that provides more detail as far as road locations, well pad designs, how this is going to interfere or interact with their operations, I think would be very worthwhile. I am willing to lend my services to help assist with what a form would look like, if that would be helpful for you guys in the OSLI. I would also definitely emphasize that the way we approach leasing and surface use agreements, whether it's the landowner owns the minerals or not, we treat every single interaction, every single design, every single transaction as if it's a separate transaction, because it is, because you don't know how things are going to change during later down the road. And so you might be relying on a royalty, but there might be other things that may be coming into a factor. And so I do believe that you need to look at it from a case-by-case basis, what those competitive rates are. I've worked in the past with state lands to show what competitive rates are, and I'd be happy to provide that information as well.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make it really clear that I don't think there's ever any intent with this, that it's a one page that goes out. I mean, in our flow chart, we have applicant contacts existing surface lessee with comment form, includes map of proposed location, acreage, annual surface impact payment amount. And so that's baked into this process. The Office of State Lands has it. They have the well pad design. And so that's part of this. There is no intent to circumvent this. That's what this was meant to do. How do we get all the right things done? But how do we do this in a quicker manner for development?
Thank you. And I think, Madam Director, did I hear you to say that maybe the initial form can be worked on to be a little more complete?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The form with the adoption of these rules will change to reflect that flow chart and what these rules say. So yes, the form will be updated to reflect all of this.
Thanks. Very good. Any more questions? Any more comments? All right, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move final approval of the rules.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is matter E7. This is a special use lease renewal for H Diamond W Youth Camp Incorporated. This youth camp has existed for a little under 60 years already on state trust lands, but are here for renewal of their special use lease. You will notice this is a two-part recommendation and request from the board, not only to renew their lease for the term of 18 years, but I believe there are project proponents today that want to discuss with the board their request to have a closure on the 20 acres that this special use lease covers because of some conflicts that they have had with the public. This camp is traditionally used for youth camps and hosting youth from across the state and other places. And so given some of those conflicts, they can speak to those. I will note that on the parcel physically as well as on our website, the closure was listed, and up until Saturday, we had not received a comment. You have a comment form that I believe has been shared or will be being shared. Which is generally positive and supportive, but you're welcome to read the paragraph that we received on Saturday. But there are two recommendations here, the special use lease renewal, as well as the closure associated with public access.
Thank you. Very good.
I think the project proponents may be joining online.
Mr. Bump, do we have anybody promoted? We have Ms. Bain.
Hello,
Hi, we can hear you. If you
I-
could just identify yourself by name and then we'll listen.
I'm Sarah Bain.
Very good. Please proceed.
I think we have one in attendance as well. Ray Schaefer was supposed to be there.
He is approaching.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, pardon me, I don't hear well, so please bear with me. You'd like me to comment on why we would like the closure at the camp?
That'd be fine.
Mr. Chairman, we feel that the board has a liability involved there. The camp is very isolated. It's a rustic area. We're 50 miles from anywhere. And when we have a camp of young girls or young boys there, those supervisors all have to be background checked and approved to be there. And the issue is we have fish ponds there that are stocked by the Game and Fish. And those are to be open to the public to use. But when we have young people in there like that, in this day and age, we feel like we need to have a way to protect them as a safety issue, and it's a liability issue to the board. So we'd like to have closure, exclusive use of that camp while those young people are in there. And that would be like 3 or 4 days at a time. It's not a continual closure or anything like that. It's conditional as the camp is rented out.
Very good. Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have there been issues in the past? Just trying to understand, if something has occurred. It's just, this is a really big deal to shut down access and kind of go away from multiple use. And so just wondering if there are examples of how this has been a concern.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, we had the camp rented at one time for a family reunion. There was children involved and sort of that sort of thing. They were fishing there. Some folks from the public came in and demanded that they could use that pond, and essentially they can. And so tempers flared, words were exchanged. Eventually guns were drawn and the sheriff was called. So calmer heads finally prevailed, and we discussed that with our county sheriff, and we found that we had no opportunity to have exclusive use of that, so public could come in and use that. So it created a haunting on the board. What are we up against here? And so for safety issues, we just like to have that spelled out where we could have opportunity to have exclusive use for a short period of time there.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer, and then I'll have the auditor.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that, and I think we need to figure out some way to accommodate it. But the question I have is, how do we get notice to somebody if they, and I don't know how far they got to drive to fish this, and whether there's another alternative fishing spot close. But I'm just trying to figure out how the communication is, you know, essentially. I'm not sure whether we're going to fix your problem, because unless you have a barrier of some kind, people that know there's a fishing hole there, they might just go past it. I mean, I've seen a lot of people hunt and fish on no posted areas, but so how do we get the public to know when they can fish? Is there any regularity? Is there a season, a time of use? Is it that, you know, just give me an idea about how this would actually function.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we had proposed amongst our board if we could post a sign coming right off the county road, and there's a pipe that you cannot enter the camp unless you come across this culvert that goes across Grass Creek there. And so years ago, we had asked that we could put up a gate there because of liabilities. If somebody come in there and started a forest fire, who has liability there? The state allowed us to put up a pipe gate there. So other than that, there's no barrier for anybody walking in there at any time. We proposed that we could provide a sign at the county road saying this camp is in use, not open to public use until that camp is through at that time.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So how far is it? How far did somebody drive before they saw the sign? Is it 10 miles? Is it 5 miles? Is there another fishing hole 5 or 10 miles away?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, no, there's no fishing anywhere else there. That's when that camp was developed back in the 60s, there were fishing ponds put in there, and there was no issue with people coming in there at that time. Since then, the Game and Fish, prior to 4-H camp, they come in and they put 300 fish in that fishing pond there. So the public knows that. They come in there and they use that all the time. But when the camp is there, we kind of have an issue with the safety of the children there and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I had a similar question at that to the treasurer, but you said it's 56 miles from Thermopolis. A follow-up. So is the entire 20 acres, is that fenced? Or just there's controlled access just at the road, or is there an entire perimeter fence?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, there's nothing there. It's just open, it's open range all around it. And there's just a pipe gate that crosses right at that pipe where people can come in and out of there with a car or vehicle. Other than that, it's free access there.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
how many days a year is the camp in use?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, typically our camping season there runs from late May till September, early October.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, follow up. How many days is it actually in use that you would expect this closure to be in force?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, it varies. We rent the camp to various people through the years, but it probably wouldn't amount to 15, 20 days during the camping season at the most. 2 or 3 days at a time, usually what the camps are.
Thank you.
So just a quick question. I think it comes back to what both the auditor and treasurer were saying about 56 miles travel out there. You want to go fishing, you got your family, and it's suddenly posted that you can't use it. Is there, I think the treasurer talked about a schedule when, so people could say, I'm going to check to see if it's on the Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, or, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever. Or is there a mechanism that people don't end up having to drive all the way out there only to be turned around and have to drive all the way back?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have a website that those camps are booked through the county extension agents in Worland or Thermopolis. And so that's posted when the camps are rented, when it's booked, and that's available.
I see. So if somebody wanted to see if that was the day they wanted to go out there, they could check that website.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, having driven those back roads and around Thermop and Worland here last week, I'm just wondering if there's anything that you could put up, or the county extension agent could put up, at maybe one of the head roads that just said, fishing camp closed, a red placard or something, or fishing camp open, a green placard, so people could see, so they wouldn't drive that 56 miles out there. And maybe you have to post it in a half dozen spots. So I don't know how it would work, but yeah, it's an inconvenience for you guys and an inconvenience for the other folks. We just got to figure out a way that we can keep the kids safe and not disenfranchise the sportsmen.
Very
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the county road is that camp is located on is a gravel road all the way from the oil camp at Grass Creek. And so it's 21 miles of gravel road up to that. So to post it, that's where we start posting our signs for the camp, is at the old town side of the Grass Creek in the oil field there. And we post those signs every 5 miles. So to provide a closed ahead sign, somebody would have to go out there and post that sign, which is 30 miles from Thermopolis, to run out there and put a sign up. So I don't know if that'd be feasible or not. We're a volunteer board and a lot of us are working, and one or two of us are retired, but it would be an issue for somebody to run out there and post that all the time.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just guessing if you're on the way out there, just take it with you and post it on your way out there. You don't, and then when you leave, you just say it's open. You don't necessarily have to make any other trips. Thank you.
Yep. Maybe an idea. So anyway, further comments. Ms. Bain, did you have anything additional to say?
No, I just think it is something we need to really consider for the safety of the kids.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further comments? If there are none, what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I think we should consider these separately. I mean, do you have an issue with that? I brought this up to the,
No,
I guess
whoever-
I'll make the motion to extend the lease. I guess it's the first paragraph there. The director, if you can nod at me, if it seemed like in our briefing that you said these could be divisible into the first and second paragraph. So I'll move the first paragraph.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, the motion carries. We're on to the second portion. And that is the one that restricts access. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? I don't believe there is a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, this brings us to tab G, miscellaneous mineral matters. Tab G.
Mr. Secretary.
Just want to clarify, and look, I really appreciate the challenges there, and I think everybody on this board does. I don't think we're quite there in terms of that motion, but just want to be clear, does he think we need to table something or is it okay? I mean, it's a little different because we've adopted half the recommendation, but I think we're okay proceeding, but I just want to make sure with the chairman, because at times he's tended to lean towards having these tabling motions.
It's up to the board.
Okay. Well, I think just silence is fine. That's my.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks very much for making your trip down here, sir.
Mr. Chairman, next on the agenda is matter G1. This is sand and gravel leases, a application specific to the Wyoming Department of Transportation in Hot Springs County. You will just notice that this is an initial 2-year term and then a renewal for 8 years after, which would result in a 10-year term consistent with the way the board has granted leases for the Wyoming Department of Transportation in your past few meetings. I would mention that this is 9.2 miles northwest of Thermopolis.
All right. Is there anyone here to address this issue? If there are none, I'd entertain, you're here? For just questions or, yeah, okay. great. Yeah.
Doug Jensen with the Wyoming Department of Transportation. I'm just here to answer any questions there might be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jansen. Any questions, Madam?
And Mr.
Superintendent?
Chairman, this might not be a question for you and just the reason why I pulled these off consent. I think I just still struggle of the term for a state agency that's different for the private sector. And so that's, we've had this come before and had this discussion. And so that's where I just struggle of, and so maybe, and I don't know, Director Barry, I don't want to put you on the spot of just kind of opining on if, there's opportunity to have that discussion of how that is similar for, our private companies that they come for this, or even if how this came to be.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I'll tell you what I know, and then I'll also let Mr. Booth give you better history than I have. It's my understanding is this was something that the board had elected to do even prior to this year to provide the consistency and the certainty to WYDOT as another state agency, so that they would know that they could plan on these sand and gravel pits. And also because I think the likelihood with most of these is they become producing entities because they are then contracting out with local entities to use them. Mr. Booth, maybe you can give better history on how we also got here.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, no further history to add there that I'm aware of. The one thing that I will note is we don't commonly get concerns from industry that that's too short a term, but happy to work on that full industry if that's necessary.
Okay. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the superintendent's concern. I think the way I got there last time, and maybe just confirming my understanding, is these are used by industry, correct? They are there to serve industry as they enact state highway projects, correct? That's the primary reason you do this?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We hold the lease in our name, but we don't produce the material out of it. It is bid by industry for low bid. It allows the taxpayers to get the best bang for their buck.
And I would only note, it strikes me, having had a gravel pit on us, that there's a requirement if it goes without use for a period of time, it has to be reclaimed.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of the time that is. We do keep these pits for as long as we
Right.
technically can. We have generally in a lot of these instances a stockpile that's on there. that can be used in other reject material per se that wasn't specific to
Right.
the crushing material, but yeah,
A person can keep them open, but there's a lot of paperwork and busybody and they have to be inspected and all of that sort of stuff.
that is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on matter G1.
It's been moved by the auditor for matter G1. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing
Mr.
none,
Chairman.
all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Thank you. Matter G2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is also a sand and gravel lease, but instead of a new application, this is a renewal, also for the Department of Transportation, but a renewal for a 10-year term in Hot Springs County, 18.8 miles southeast of Meeteetse.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this for the same reason. And so I just wonder, and you know, I don't want to deny these applications. I think we want to move forward, but it's just, again, making sure that that's aligned with, you know, our practices for private sector. And so I don't know, Mr. Booth, if it's worth, you know, at some point, maybe identifying if this is an issue for private folks that apply and if that term limit makes any difference.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think the courts are going to probably have decided in part, I don't know how far that the 10-year lease is what was originally meant in these things anyway. So I think they will comply in the future.
Okay.
I move director's recs, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is tab H, easements and temporary use permit matters. First is matter H1, and these are easement applications in Lincoln, Platte, Albany, Washakie, Campbell, Sheridan, Laramie, and Converse County for consideration by the board. If there are any specific easements that the board has questions on, staff is here to answer those. Otherwise, you can consider them as a group.
Any considerations? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the applications under item H1.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is matter H2, temporary use permits. These are statewide permits. You'll see them in the list. If you have any questions about them, staff is happy to answer them. If not, you can also approve them as a group.
Questions, concerns, any issues to be taken off the board? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, would move director's recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is matter H3. This is a solitary temporary use permit request. This is a temporary grazing and agricultural activity. As you'll recall, at your last board meeting, the board directed the office to provide a recommendation for the board on a 2024 temporary use permit that was supplied to the board by Hanson Livestock Company. So in reviewing the temporary use permit and in considering the decision made by the board at the last meeting to deny motions for summary judgment for the office and grant motions for summary judgment for the Hansons, the recommendation would be to deny the temporary use permit and move forward with the vacant leasing process for this parcel once again.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I discussed last night with the director kind of this concept, knowing that we wouldn't start that process till January. Is that, or, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, we would begin it this summer, but the lease would likely be awarded to start in January.
In January. And so Mr. Chairman had asked, if it was potential to have this TUP just based until that time from June through the end of the year. And so just wanted to bring that to the board as a potential solution.
Madam Auditor.
Sorry, could you dumb it down for me? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so the board will recall that we had the contested discussion about this, and Madam Director, if I'm getting the details of this incorrect, let me know. That movement from a TUP to a grazing lease, right? I think we want to get there. That makes more sense. However, right now, it's not being grazed, sitting there empty. Hanson's submitted this TUP application that was actually supposed to start in 2024. And so while we wait to begin, the open grazing lease process, providing them the opportunity to graze temporarily until the end of the year.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
So would a proposed TUP be for 6-7 months? Okay, gotcha.
And just for my clarification, Madam Superintendent, is a good idea. But are you suggesting extending this TUP, or as this is contemplated, canceling or denying the TUP and then adding a new one?
Mr. Chairman, I would probably be fine either way. This is a little strange because we're backdating, right? Because of the 2024 term. And Director Barry, is that correct? Or what would be easier for the office, brand new or to amend this application?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, probably an amendment. So as the application came in, it contemplated 10 years and annual rentals. But if you wanted to specify a 6-month period of time, I think Mr. Booth has done the math on what the AUMs would equate to and could give you the cost that it should cost for a 6-month period of time. So if you just wanted to deny the director's recommendation and amend the temporary use permit that you would want to grant for that time and that consideration, that would probably be best.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, have we even noticed properly for this? So now we're gonna grant it for 6 months and then open it up for a lease to start in January? I mean, have we noticed this properly?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, everything on the agenda was noticed as required by statute.
And Madam Director, correct me if I'm wrong, what we're contemplating here is vacant land process starting up. Is that right or not?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. So aside from the board's decision on this 2024 temporary use permit application, this also would then direct the office to begin the process this summer of the vacant leasing process, which puts it out to bid for anyone that would like to have the opportunity to secure that grazing lease. We would be able to complete that process in time for a lease to be awarded in January of 2027.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, what was the original term? Was the original term that we've been working with, was that the 10-year 2034, or is the 2034 a new number?
Mr. Chairman, the application indicates a request for a 10-year term, which would be consistent with grazing lessees. Temporary use permits are actually only eligible to be granted for 5 years at a time. So the term offered in this TUP isn't one that we could even necessarily grant in the regular course of business. But that is, the application contemplates a 10-year term, but temporary use permits can be granted for up to 5.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, was the original application that came in, and I guess it probably came in sometime in the fall of 23.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I think it was in the fall of 2023. I recall November.
And Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
just to be clear, as Director Barry mentioned, this has been noticed as the TUP application that would be, the request was for the 10 years. And so knowing that, I mean, we could go, the director's recommendation was to not approve this and move to the vacant land process. What I'm trying to get at is how can we allow for some grazing in the meantime of that process?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, so we're going to begin the vacant land process. When are we going to have the vacant land process finished and completed by May of next year? Or will it extend into the completion date, extend into the grazing season?
Mr. Chairman, we can complete the vacant leasing process this summer and award the lease in January of 2027.
Okay.
Very good. Madam
Yes.
Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and so the Hansons have not been grazing this currently, correct? Or do we don't know and we're not asking maybe, but we have them here so they can
Mr. Nichols.
tell us what they want.
Mr. Nicholas.
Connor Nicholas, Bud Fountain Lofts is, I figure I could answer your question. It has not been grazed since 2023. Our request would be if we could be allowed to graze it this summer, and then it allows you guys to get some income in. It's a dry season. This probably needs to happen for fire protection purposes as well.
Okay.
Well, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Chairman, why don't go ahead and make your motion? I'll second it.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the Hanson's TUP application and Madam Director, would that be effective immediately or what term?
Could be.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, it could be effective immediately. So just starting today and 6 months from today or whatever term you deem appropriate.
Yes, okay. So the above described TUP application for a 6-month period beginning today.
I thought, Mr. Chairman, I thought it was just an extension of the 2024 lease. But they extend it until December 1 or.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, I might offer 6 months from today will take us into January of 2027. So I would just say maybe for the remainder of the calendar year so that we don't have any conflict there.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Madam Director, would that be updating the current, this is a new TUP technically, or how do you want me to phrase that for the motion?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, since it hasn't been awarded, I would just say this is. I would say separate it to say, because we don't want to backdate the 24 to now. We don't want to have to charge them for 24 to now. I would just say to award a temporary use permit effective today until December 1st of this year.
Mr. Nichols.
We would be amenable to that. I think that the way I understand your guys' authority on this is you could either accept the permit as requested, deny the permit as requested, or modify the permit as requested. And you could modify it to say effective today until the end of the year.
That's probably the cleanest, Madam Superintendent.
Like December 1.
Madam Superintendent.
December 31.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Yes.
move to award a temporary use permit effective today until December 31st to the Hansons.
And Madam Superintendent, I think we had talked about the possibility of modifying this existing one, which would put this one back in order, because I think otherwise we have to deny it. And I
To
think if you
modify.
move to modify it, that probably would be better. So
That is yes.
That's your
we'll move
motion?
to- Yes, that is it.
all right, thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I would second question though, would the superintendent like to also include in that motion the further recommendation that we direct the director to advertise the land during this current cycle as vacant and available for leasing.
Yes, okay.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I'd like to be able to vote no on the TUP with respect and separate out the other. I mean, I'd really view them as separate questions.
The maker of the motion, is that something you're willing to consider, or the second?
That's fine. We can separate them out, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we can separate those out.
Uh,
All right, so we're on the first matter, which is to modify.
Thing, Mr. Chairman, I want some clarification. The clarification through you, Mr. Chairman, would be to make sure that we go and clear to the day before, that there's not any notifications or anything that is going to be able to get back into the court system, that this isn't a clean break on this. You know, because I think that was the problem that we had with the last one, as far as just the regular notifications, the rules and things like that. I just want to make sure that all of that is in order, and it'd be nice if our counsel could tell us the motion we're making will not get us into the situation that
Right.
we were in before.
Yeah, it's a good point, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Director, I guess I'm sort of struggling with the idea of dividing this, because we're going to go to a vacant land process anyway. And that would be under any circumstance. And if there were legal remedies that were being considered for something else, those would still be there. It seems to me. So I'm not sure it makes sense. I mean, I appreciate why the secretary would want to divide these, but I think we end up in the same place.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just vote no then, because I just think that the TUP is been in question. It's been handled, weirdly. It's been a long process, and I think even the way this has been noticed, I think it's highly irregular. So I'm certainly for doing the vacant land process. I've always, but I can't support it with this bundled sort of deal.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned before, the maker of the motion has it, and so she may do as she wishes. So,
Mr. Chairman, we can just vote on them as two different
okay.
motions.
And is that okay with the seconder? All right. So voting, if there are no further comments, voting on the first portion, which is to modify the TUP from today to December 31st. That is what is before us. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification, if you could give us a consideration amount so we know how much to charge the lessees. Mr. Booth may have a suggestion for you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, their offer was $1,400, and I believe that was on a per year basis. That's what's on the TUP application that accompanies that board matter. If you take 186 AUMs, which is the total available AUMs on this 640 acres, and multiply that by this year's AUM rate of $6.44, that equates to $1,197.84.
We'd be amenable to that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do I need to formally amend the motion, or is that friendly given the second?
I think if you just state it.
The amount of $1,197.84.
Thank you.
And to the seconder, that's okay. Okay, we are here on the first part of the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? So no? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move that the board direct the office to advertise the land subject to grazing and agricultural leases as vacant and available in the next available leasing cycle.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded.
Question,
and-
Mr. Chairman. Would you guys be available for an amendment that would say that this action constitutes all necessary notification to all parties interested in the vacant lease of the end of the TUP and the vacant lease for the pasture next year. I just want to make sure we don't leave anything out there and we get a technicality, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate the intent. I'm not clear that would satisfy legal challenge entirely, but.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I find had it on if the maker of the motion is amenable to be very clear that when this temporary use permit ends, there should be no expectation of any renewal or any other obligation by the state at that time because we are moving into the vacant leasing process.
Very good.
I'm fine with that and including notification, just because I think that was a sticky wicket the last time.
Yes, yeah, I'm amenable to that.
Okay, and the seconder?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay. Mr. Nicholas.
I'm sorry to further complicate this. So long as there's still going to be a notice requirement of vacant land, or are we saying that today it's noticed that it's vacant land and there won't be a notice given to landowners that are?
I think we're talking about the regular process.
Yeah, we would just go into the regular process. So long as that's the understanding, I think we're comfortable with that condition on the TUP.
And not to put words in the superintendent's mouth, but I thought that was the intent of your motion and the seconder. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last item on the agenda for this board meeting is H4. It is a temporary use permit application in Johnson County for bear bait purposes. We received feedback from the grazing lessee that indicated that having bear bait activities would conflict with their calving operations. And so the recommendation is to deny this bear bait application, but I do believe the proponent would like to speak to the board about it, maybe joining online or in person.
Is there anyone here to address this matter? Anyone online? Mr. Rogers, Mr. Rogers.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, good morning to the board. How are you guys?
And we're doing well. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hey, this has been a 3-year process. This year, work with Erica Jensen, Wyoming State Land Board. We filed the TUP process. It's been a process that really has not had any answers to the people that are trying to recreate or use the state land. So this year I tried a different angle on it. This land has been, I think this topic you guys were just discussing here beforehand was perfect. It's vacant. There's nothing on it. The cows don't go in until about the end of July and come out the end of November. As far as calving on the face of the Bighorn Mountains at 7,500 feet, I really don't know of any producers that do that, being born and raised in the ranching community. So this year I kind of came at it at a different angle. I think it's time we can start making some more money on these state lands when they are vacant. So I sent a $2,000 check this year and my $50 application fee to take my 2 little boys up there bear hunting. So I matched the grazing lease to be there for 15 days. We meet Wyoming Game and Fish rules and regulations. Beforehand, 4 years ago, the state never really pushed this matter. 3 years ago, this matter started. And I've been working with Erica on this since the last time I came before the board. And it's been a process of nothing but lies from the grazing leasee. And I've taken nothing but videos that I've submitted to, I think Kate might have them there. There's still no cattle there. And it sits vacant for about 4.5 to 5 months. And we try to work with the leasee when there's cattle there. We don't have a bear bait. I guess one thing I'd reiterate on, you're taking cattle to the face of the mountains where bear and lions are prevalent. We try to help the producers manage these populations. And I guess I've really gotten nowhere with the TUP process, and I've paid plenty of money to do so.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer,
so I'm just wondering if you could limit your bay baiting, bear baiting activities till, is essentially December, January, and February, or when would you calve there? I mean, they might calve in February, but Mr. Chairman, I think you know that part of the country better than I do, but it seems like, if we come up with a reasonable time when cattle aren't going to be there, and you get on there at least, on and off 2 weeks before they would be, then you might have a short season, but I think you'd still be able to do some predator control.
So the season on black bear in the state of Wyoming is May 1st through June 15th. Different areas run on quota-based systems, sow quotas primarily. This unit currently still open, Wyoming Game Fish rules. And that's kind of where I was going with this. The cows are not there in the springtime. The cows are there in the fall, and we have the utmost respect for the producer and him to make a living and graze his cattle there. So we've tried to limit, to spring baiting, big snow drifts. You're not getting up there to calve your cows out. You're not going to manage your cattle herd on the face of the mountain at 7,500 feet. I'm born and raised in Johnson County. They calve down on the hay fields in front of the house where the cows can be checked. I think the grazing leasee's against killing mountain lions or black bears.
Other questions? Zach, I believe that lessee is already calving. And
I know sorry.
Believe he also has some forest permits. Is that correct?
Further south on the mountain.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
My biggest thing I want to try to tell, I think it's the way recreation's going in our state. I love our state, and I think people need to pay to use it. And I think it's time that we could generate some more revenue on matters like this, people that will pay to use it. I fronted $2,000. That's for me showing that our passion for the great outdoors. We have the utmost respect for the leasee, and I'm trying to make the state some money, generate some more revenue on that state piece that's not being used when it's vacant.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, it's a 6.5 week lease, and you only got a 2 week season. How long is the season?
2 weeks is we're only normally there 14 days, if that.
But you have to go up and I guess pre-bait or something like that, or how's that
Yep.
work?
You can start baiting April 24th. So a week before May 1st, you can start baiting. The biggest point that I'm trying to make here, there are no cows there. For 3 years, I have documented this. No cattle there.
In the
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I move that the board approve the above described application for temporary use permit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second.
Been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, guys, I'm in the truck.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I'm struggling with this one a little bit. I think it's a process that's been highly unsatisfying to everyone and not at anyone's fault. OSLI is put in a sort of a unenviable place by the rules. I'm a little bit reticent. I appreciate Mr. Rogers' willingness to put his money where his mouth is, but I'm a little reticent to take his $2,000 for the next for 1 week. For 1 week that's left in his requested term. So
Yeah, okay.
I think that the struggle is that, you know, the timing of these is tough. I do have a question maybe, but that may not be appropriate since there's a active motion, so.
Well, Mr. Rogers, we can ask Mr. Rogers. I mean, this is a voluntary situation. He's applied. I mean, I know, Mr. Rogers, maybe there's a perception that you're doing this maybe to make a point or whatever, but if we approve this, do you have an issue with that? I mean, yes,
No,
there's.
sir.
in
Yeah,
this,
I think it's actually been a great process for me. I've sat down, I've read the rules and regulations through and through. And working with Erica Jensen there, she's been nothing but help and helped immensely through this whole process. And I think it's huge for the reason why I followed through with this is taking my kids outdoors. I don't have a big ranch to recreate on. I think it's huge getting our younger generation in the field, teaching them ethics and working with the ranchers and learning the grazing leases from private to state to federal lands and working with them and going about this through the TUP. I think it's a great way. And I think there's some things that we could clean up and make the TUP process better. But it means the world to me if it was accepted, because I think Erica would tell you I've done a lot of work and read a lot on this to get this process done.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. The June 16th date, is there any wiggle room there to shorten that up? Is that the June 16th, the last day you can get a bear, or when's the last day?
June 15th, but normally in a standard year, the season's closed by the 20th, 25th of May. It normally does not go until June 15th. It's normally closed down by then.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Rogers, just one last question. I can hypothesize, but was there a reason that you did not turn in the surface lessee notification and comment form with your application?
It was actually all done in-house, sent to the state directly. On this year's TUP?
Correct, yes.
Yep, Mr. Gregory filled that all out. Did I lose you?
No.
No, thank you.
He filed it separately,
Correct. Yep, it came in separately.
And Mr. Rogers, would you categorize your relationship with Mr. Gregory or his operation as amicable?
Yeah. I mean, they called yesterday wanting us to drill a water well at their cabin on the mountain. So I would say we have a good working relationship. Maybe our views on predator management are different, but I think that can be across the board anywhere you go.
Okay.
Different views on stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, further comment, question? If not, I'm going to call, sorry, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, just so it's clear for the record, this is to approve the TUP that will terminate on June 16th, 2026.
That is my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes? All right, that motion carries. I will record a nay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That completes the matters on the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda.
Okay. Is there a request to take a break?
Yep.
Okay, we'll take a little break.
Yeah, Josh, I looked at that one year where we actually are number one and number three. And even though Idaho has got like almost a 12 to 13% return the next year in that 1 to 3 year period, they're still down at Ooh, I gotta get this. I gotta get this plugged in.
I, I believe we're all back here. I think I see the auditor approaching, so please call us to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are now convening as the State Loan and Investment Board. This meeting was properly noticed as a regular meeting, and the first item on your agenda is the Wyoming Business Council.
Thank you very much. Director.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for having us today. We do have a couple of projects in front of you, but first order of the day is to review and approve potentially the minutes from our last meeting. You've all received those.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move approval of the April 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Has been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Treasurer, did you vote aye? Yeah, okay. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Now, if I might walk through a few slides, but before we dive into those, I think it would be good to just talk a little bit about the optimism I think that we all feel as we're going around the state. And I know that can be a challenge sometimes when you're making decisions like you all get to make is sometimes you get down in the weeds and sometimes you think about what's happening right in this moment in the instant. And I'm sure all of you get a chance to cruise around the state and see, but there's a lot of optimism. And I think you're going to see some projects today that demonstrate some of that optimism. But I want to walk through a couple slides that, or at least one slide that may not be all that optimistic first. And so Ms. Reed is going to show us a slide here that we can all take a look at. And what this is demonstrating is some of the pain that we feel in Wyoming, that probably all around the United States, but we feel it in Wyoming acutely. And that is things like groceries are rising, the cost of groceries are rising, the cost of fuel, gas is rising, and our property taxes and our home values have gone up as well over the last few years. And all of those things contribute to a challenge for folks in Wyoming, especially when you look at the bottom line on that graph, and that's the median household income. When prices go up, it doesn't necessarily hurt you if your income is going up as well. But what we see is that gap is I don't know if it's widening anymore. Maybe it's shrinking a little bit, hopefully. But that's a pressure that Wyomingites feel. We've talked a little bit about the fact that 2 out of 3 Wyomingites, by the time they're in their 20s and 30s, they leave the state for economic opportunities. We've said that a few times. We've all heard that a few times. We call it brain drain, youth out migration. I call it trying to keep Olivia, Grace, Ruby, and Maddox in the state. For me, it's just like for all of you, it's personal, and it's personal for folks in Wyoming. And when I look at this graph, I think, okay, well, what are the things that we could do to change that? Now, there are ways that in fact, the Wyoming Business Council can actually change that. And if we jump to the next slide, we can take a look at a couple of our counties and the jobs and the wages in 3 different counties in Wyoming. And over time, you'll see that when investments are made at a local level, and that's investments in not just the resources from the state, but also the willingness to change and the willingness to approach a problem. When you look at that, you'll see that one of those counties, their jobs and wages have gone up, and 2 of those counties have stayed stagnant. I'm not going to name those counties because I happen to live in one of those ones that was flat when I was a kid. So that probably tips it off a little bit. But what I can tell you is that when we make investments in our communities, when our communities can make investments in themselves, or when the state can help them along, things can be changed. It doesn't have to be stagnant. And the reason I'm so optimistic is if we take a look at this next slide, what we find is that in this column chart, you'll see in the blue columns, those are either state or federal investments in our state. And the red column, those are private investments that came along with those small investments. So these are leveraging a great deal of investment. And what this graph tells me is that when Wyoming is willing to invest in itself, private business will come along and invest as well. And so if you look at the first one on the left, that is the Wyoming Venture Capital Program that we developed a number of years ago utilizing federal funds, and that has a tremendous leverage ratio. I believe it's about 8 to 1. So we've put in $20 million and $160 million has followed along from the private investment side in Wyoming businesses. The middle part of that chart is the Mesa project in Evansville, where the state and the local community put in money, and Mesa came along and invested as well in that community, and creating a great number of jobs, hundreds of jobs, and tens of millions of dollars in investment, almost $100 million in investment. And then the final one is yet to be determined, because that's one you're going to see today. But that is an investment in a community and unlocking a potential big private investment in Wyoming. And so again, I look at all of these things that we're doing and we're saying, when we invest in ourselves, others will not just follow along, but they will unlock more. And I think that that's a really good indicator of why I'm optimistic about Wyoming, is because I think the private businesses of the world want to work here. They want to invest in Wyoming, and they sometimes need a little bit of a signal to do that. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the data I've shown here, but I'm also happy to have Ms. Reed walk through the 2 projects that we have before you.
Yeah, Ms. Reed, why don't you proceed? Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Noelle Reed. I am the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Business Council, and I will be presenting the Business Ready Community Program materials today. Both of the projects before you today are housing projects, so I wanted to start with an overview of why we see housing as a statewide economic development issue. Both the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or the CEDS, and WCDA's Wyoming Statewide Housing Action Plan have shown that housing is a huge need for the state of Wyoming and for economic development purposes. Within the CEDS, housing and workforce were identified as being very much correlated. Housing issues were identified in the CEDS as both a weakness and a threat. These included both affordability and availability of housing statewide. Furthermore, housing issues create additional economic challenges as business and essential services, such as schools, healthcare providers, and law enforcement, struggle to hire workers due to limited housing. Key themes identified in the CEDS that have led to these issues include high regulations, infrastructure development needs, land supply, and high costs associated with materials and construction. The CEDS also states that low availability of workers in Wyoming pushes businesses to relocate out of state, prevents local employers from expanding, and deters businesses from relocating to Wyoming. This is especially seen in retaining essential community workers, such as teachers, nurses, and first responders, as well as young college graduates, and there is a direct correlation between housing and workforce. Wyoming businesses consistently report that even when they offer competitive wages, they cannot successfully recruit out-of-state workers because prospective employees cannot find adequate or affordable housing to relocate into. And recent surveys show that 70% of Wyoming employers cite housing as a direct impediment to workforce. With WCDA's statewide strategic action housing plan, there were three key things that came out of that plan that I saw. The first one had to do with financing. Wyoming spends less on housing and community development per capita than any other state in the nation. In 2021, Wyoming spent $35 per capita compared with a national average of $196. Furthermore, Wyoming spends roughly half of the next lowest spending state of Wisconsin, which spends $67 per capita. Furthermore, local governments are having difficulty funding housing projects. Wyoming's low residential property taxes and limited local tax authority make it challenging for communities to fund housing development independently. And while there are some federal funding sources available, such as the low-income housing tax credit, those funds are limited and very competitive for communities to try to access. In fact, 82% of the survey respondents said offering affordable funding, financing, or incentives for housing development is an important state action. The other things that I looked at within WCDA's plan was the current market and current demand. Housing prices have surged 43% since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, outpacing household income growth, particularly in rural areas and on the reservations. Furthermore, the makeup of the market is changing. While the total population of Wyoming has been fairly stable over the past decade, it is aging up. The population of citizens 65 and older has risen 5%, while the share of Wyomingites aged 15 to 24 has shrunk 2%. And with current demand, the current statewide housing production rate, Wyoming will not be able to meet the number of units indicated by the needs assessment. At a minimum, the state would need to see a 23% increase in production annually just to meet the housing needs. If the high end of the estimate turns out to be more accurate, Wyoming would have to increase production by 130% annually. I think the takeaway from this is that when housing costs drastically outpace local wage growth and there are limited housing options available already, younger demographics are priced out. This dynamic contributes to that brain drain that Director Drell mentioned, where younger skilled workers migrate out of the state. Oh, my apologies. And that shows that nearly 2/3 of Wyomingites who are born in the state leave by their 30s. Wanted to also look at a regional perspective. These projects are in Douglas and Wright, so they're both in that energy corridor. This is a map that I pulled from the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. This red line is the highway between Douglas and Wright, and all of these different colors on the map show all of the different energy production that's occurring in that area. I also looked at traffic counts through WYDOT. Right now, total daily traffic counts are more than 3,000 just on this highway between Douglas and Wright. Of that, almost 1,000 are truck traffic alone. And then looking at the local perspective of Douglas and Wright specifically. Both of these communities actually completed housing studies in 2019. At that time, in Douglas, it was stated that they would need between 210 and 240 new units built by 2025. In that time frame, only 80 units were constructed. And then with Wright, they had stated that they would need 50 new units by 2025, and unfortunately, no units were constructed during that time frame. I also wanted to discuss a tax analysis briefly. For sales and use, it is estimated that $1,250 is made annually per household for sales and use tax. That figure comes from the Wyoming Department of Revenue. With property, conservative figures estimate about $1,500 annually per home. This varies since part of its calculation is based on assessed value, but it's fairly conservative. For a comparison, the right market is approximately $2,200 annually per home. And then for lodging, something that I found interesting when discussing these projects, no lodging tax is collected after 30 days of a permanent residence. So in areas where housing is severely lacking, but employment is available, we see workers living in hotels, but those communities are not able to realize lodging tax benefits from those stays. And then I want to just talk about how this can reduce development risk and stimulate private investment into communities. WCDA's housing study also mentioned that high costs of infrastructure expansion further exacerbate the housing problem. Local governments often lack the funds to add and maintain infrastructure such as water, sewer, utilities, and roads, forcing developers to bear the financial burden. This can increase costs for home buyers and renters. There was a recent article out of the Gillette News Record the title is Gillette Builders Are Halted by Construction Costs Despite Northeast Wyoming Being a Seller's Market. And Gillette is the third largest city in Wyoming. They have had issues trying to get housing. Since the start of 2026, only 6 new single-family dwelling units have been built, and that's on top of just 28 new homes that were built last year. Back in 2023, the city had a third party conduct a housing development study that found that Gillette needs more than 1,500 additional housing units over the next decade just to sustain the city's growth. But since then, Gillette has only built 126 units. I'm happy to pause there to answer any questions, or I can continue and discuss the individual projects specifically.
Are there questions? Nope. I guess proceed. Thank you.
The 2 projects, City of Douglas and the Town of Wright, total requests are about $8.8 million. Right now, we have about $84.2 million in the BRC account. I'll start with the City of Douglas. The City of Douglas requests a $5.7 million community readiness grant to construct publicly owned infrastructure improvements that will make the 7 Trails Commerce Center development ready. These improvements include a sewer main extension, road upgrades, water main loop, booster station, and water treatment plant transmission main replacement. The proposed project consists of approximately 30 acres identified as Parcel 3 of the 7 Trails Commerce Center subdivision. Current plans anticipate a phased approach with 10 acres allocated for housing development on the northern portion of the site and 20 acres for future commercial or mixed-use potential on the southern portion as the market continues to mature and expand. The housing development will consist of 194 units constructed over 3 years. Approximately 8 acres will be dedicated to multifamily residential, and the remaining 2 acres will be for single-family residential development. The units will be for rent at market rate. Here's another picture or view of where that is. So here's I-25, and the development will be occurring on this side of the interstate. The city has been looking at housing as a barrier to its growth for a few years now. In 2019, the City of Douglas participated in a housing study and comprehensive analysis of the overall housing needs of the cities and towns in Converse County. At the time of that study, projections indicated demand for approximately 210 to 240 housing units by 2025. However, during that time frame, only 54 new single-family homes were built and 30 apartment units were completed. In 2024, the city completed a housing study to determine housing stock problems. They found that while there are almost 65 total housing units, only 18% are renter occupied. This figure is nearly 13% below national average and 6% below Wyoming's average. Furthermore, 1/3 of property managers report active waiting lists for rent. This study also indicated a need for 246 new units. The city also reviewed building permit data. That data shows new construction has been on a downward trend since 2004. And finally, in 2026, the city completed its community blueprint, and this document identified housing as a strategic direction for the City of Douglas. The match for this project is coming from the city in the form of TIF over a 20-year period. And then the developer will be investing about $33.5 million in private investment for the actual construction of the homes. According to projections through 2033, Converse County is forecast to grow, is forecast to continue to grow, and employment projections show the county adding jobs in nearly every major sector, including government, transportation, retail, healthcare, and manufacturing jobs. At the same time, however, labor availability in Douglas has been labeled as low. In fact, 59% of local employers ranked lack of affordable housing as their second biggest concern. Half of employers labeled affordable housing as very significant to their ability to recruit talent, particularly with attempting to attract engineers, teachers, city staff, or healthcare professionals. There's nowhere for them to live. Finally, 2021 commuter data shows that over 2,000 people commute into Converse County for work, but live elsewhere. In addition to the housing development, this project will also develop 20 acres for future commercial or mixed-use development. Furthermore, this project is expected to catalyze future development beyond the immediate site by acting as a market catalyst. Introducing new housing and commercial development opportunities within these 30 acres may help shift market perceptions and attract private investment for future development opportunities. Here is a potential, something that the community has been looking at. Up north here is the Seven Trails Commerce Center where the BRC funds will be into place. However, the community has been thinking about and determining how they can continue to grow and how they can continue to expand their economic opportunities. And so this is an overview of what they see could be potential for the community as this housing development happens and more commercial and mixed-use development occurs as a way for the community to continue to grow. As part of our analysis, we review the economic growth flywheel and how well this project aligns with it. Douglas has spent several years analyzing its housing market and determining it as a significant barrier to its local growth. Currently, Douglas is experiencing a growing mismatch between housing supply and community demand. This project catalyzes more than just 194 housing units. It will also develop an additional 20 acres of commercial or mixed-use development, as well as has the potential to catalyze the market and create long-term development opportunities. The city is partnering with the private industry and local partners to ensure the project's success, and there are letters of support for this project included in your materials. Douglas utilized several studies and surveys, including income data, to determine what type of housing best fits its community needs. And when looking at local capacity, over a 20-year horizon, this development is projected to generate $9.7 million in total tax revenue, with $2.9 million flowing directly to local government. These figures do not include the additional 20 acres. This is just for the 194 housing units. As we discussed a potential recommendation, we reviewed what we found compelling and concerning about this project. For compelling, the local match is double what is required for the BRC program. Private developer is investing $33.5 million. The town completed much comprehensive data and studies to determine the best use and the best type of housing for their community. And the project can act as a catalyst for 20 acres of development and beyond. The only concerning item is that because this is an infrastructure project only, there is no revenue recapture plan, but that really is just a feature of the program. Any revenue that is generated will be utilized by the city of Douglas for whatever purposes that they determine. The recommendation before you is to fund as requested. I'm happy to answer any questions, and there are representatives from the community as well.
Great. Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
Noel, it seems that this also, which I found interesting, there's some partnership and assistance, I guess assistance is the right word, to infrastructure for the Law Enforcement Academy. Could you talk a little bit more about that partnership and maybe how that came to be?
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman. Thank you, Madam Auditor. The location for that is just north of that Seven Trails Commerce Center. And so I think, and I'll let the community explain further, but because of the proximity, they felt that being able to add those infrastructure, it would just benefit all of the things that are around that area, including the Law Enforcement Academy. But I'm sure that they could answer additionally. Thank you.
Other questions? Is anyone here from the community? Yeah, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my name is Clara Chaffin. I am the Community Development Director for the City of Douglas. And I'd love to answer your question if I may. We have actually been working very, very closely with WYDOT and the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy on this project, given that Highway 59 is owned by WYDOT, and then the Law Enforcement Academy has been the only user of the booster station since it was built. What we will be doing is actually receiving land and infrastructure that is currently in place for access point to the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. The city will be taking that and making it a city infrastructure and improving it so that access will become safer and will become more viable for the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. Second to that, we will be putting booster station improvements in through this grant request. That will then take away the requirement for the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy to be paying for the electrical on that. So they will no longer need to be paying into it. The city will be taking that cost in as we make those infrastructure improvements. So it should benefit both. We've also been talking with the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy director about a partnership to provide some of the housing units that are being built to those students that are going to the Law Enforcement Academy in the event that they don't have enough space actually within their current building. So we have been partnering with them as well. I would love to give you a little bit more information about our project if I could. It is an infrastructure project, as you've heard. It does open up a lot of opportunities for our community and economic growth, especially in commercial and residential. As you well know, Converse County and Douglas, we are very much energy focused. 17% of our total workforce in Converse County is in the energy industry. However, we do find that the majority of those people are either commuting from outside of our county or are living in our hotels. It is the second largest employer or employment sector for our county residents, followed by government and educational services. The city has also been working very hard to deregulate in that we have offered a lot of alternate plans for our developers, and we work very closely with our developers. Alternate plans, one of the things that we put into place, first of all, was an alternate parking plan. We are the only community in the state of Wyoming that does not require parking minimums or maximums. We allow the developer to bring forward statistics and data and prove to us how much parking they need for their development. We also highly encourage shared parking agreements between different users. This reduces costs and also reduces the heat island effect of massive empty parking lots that we find. We also allow for alternate grading plans, alternate landscaping plans, and alternate sign plans. If none of those fit the development, we allow for special zoning districts. So with our mixed-use planned unit development and our planned light industrial, that gives an alternate zoning scheme that can be tailored to fit a proposed development. So we enable our developers to come to us and say, this is what we need. And if it fits within the community blueprint, which is our master plan, it can be approved. We do have key partnerships, and we understand that we need to partner with the private sector in order to make our solutions a reality. This is an opportunity for the city of Douglas to grow. We see a projection of growth within our county and within our community, and we would like to be able to provide appropriate housing for that growth so that we can see our workforce grow. We also have been working very closely with the school district and the students have overwhelmingly said they would like to stay not only in Converse County, but within Douglas if there's a job opportunity for them and if they can find a home to live in. So our economic development is coming forward. It's there. It's just there's a few little bit barriers. And we find that economic development requires a combined focus on infrastructure development water resources, housing, commercial, and industrial development. And when we do all of those things together, we can actually be successful. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Questions? Questions? All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Just a comment. I just would say I really appreciate your efforts to deregulate. I've harped on that for many years. And then appreciate that this is just, solely infrastructure. So I appreciate that. And you addressed my question with the booster station. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other? Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board? Secretary's moved the recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that. I was looking for the exact dollar figure and I've got too many tabs open. 5,000 and 5 million and sorry, help. No.
5.7.
5.7 million.
Just had it.
All right. Been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I think I recently, after the last BRC project came before us, I recently took a deep dive into all the business council statutes and rules and sort of did an analysis for myself as to why I didn't feel that was a good fit for the program. But in doing so, learned a lot about why the program was set up and the problems they are trying to not necessarily fix, but enable to be fixed. And it comes down to the right fit for the right community. And I think that both of these projects really highlight that in that, for example, in Douglas, we are focusing on rental units because that is what they need. They're not just building cookie cutter homes because they could, because that isn't necessarily their top need right now. And where the need in Wright is distinctly different for that. And also noting one of my concerns with the last project is it was income limited, so it didn't necessarily scratch the itch that I think BRC is trying to solve, where these are market rate homes, but they are enabled by this infrastructure, and these are our teachers, our law enforcement officers, our we keep saying skilled young people. These are skilled young people because so many of those individuals, they're not going to meet the income limitations for affordable housing. They're in the middle. We need the middle housing. And so I look hard at all of these, but I really delved into both of these and I'm feeling good.
Very good.
That is all.
Thank you. So further discussion? There's none. I'm just $5,701,748. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Nice job. Congratulations. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will move on to the Town of Wright project. They are requesting $3,179,648. Find my notes here. The Town of Wright is requesting a $3.17 million community readiness grant to construct roads and curb and gutter improvements for residential development. The proposed property is currently owned by the Wyoming Housing Network. The proposed road will extend into the adjacent privately owned property, allowing for future development opportunities. The plan is to construct 31 housing units and will be primarily 3-bedroom homes ranging in size from 1,200 to 1,800 square feet. This will be a phased approach. Phase 2 is where BRC funds will be invested only. So phase 1 will begin this year. It will be 9 single-family lots along Hay Creek Road, which is this road right here. No additional infrastructure is required for those 9 single-family lots, and they will be at market rate. If BRC funds are approved today, beginning in 2027, the plan will be to utilize BRC funds to construct the roads and curb and gutter along the red highlighted sections here. The housing network will then construct 22 additional units. So total for phase 1 and 2 is about 33 total. These units will be attainable housing, so about $300,000. Market rate, but again, as Auditor Racinas was stating, more for that middle workforce, teachers, people that work for the city, healthcare professionals, that's really who they're going to be targeting. And then phase 3 will be in 2028, and the number and type will be determined based on phase 1 and phase 2, but there will be potential to add up to 90 units, and that will be along these sections here. In 2002, the Wyoming Housing Network learned that Energy Capital Habitat for Humanity was planning to develop homes in Wright. At that time, the proposed property was under contract and had 40 lots with water and infrastructure already in place. Quite a bit of time passed here without much movement. And so in 2019, the town completed a housing study that identified significant gaps in housing availability, diversity, and development activity. At that time, fewer than 5 single-family homes were constructed over a decade, and only 11 multifamily units had been added. Key recommendations from the 2019 study included developing 32 to 40 rental units, developing 8 to 10 new single-family homes with a focus on workforce and moderate-cost housing. Unfortunately, in 2023, Energy Capital Habitat for Humanity closed with little development occurring. Once the housing network learned of that closure, it reached out to the town of Wright and completed a market study to determine its viability. After that study was completed, the housing network purchased the land and began working with the community to complete a housing needs assessment. Finally, the town of Wright completed a BRC economic development plan in 2025 that identified housing as a significant barrier to its growth. The match for this project is coming from the town of Wright and the Wyoming Housing Network in cash. And then the housing network will also be investing about $9 million into the actual construction of the units. When we were looking at state considerations, we looked at housing and workforce and how those were connected. There are approximately 1,300 people that commute into Wright every day for employment. These 1,300 non-residents account for 93.5% of the people that are employed in the town. It was also found that as of February 2024, only 6 homes were for sale within the Wright market. These homes represent a homeowner vacancy rate of 0.8%. Typically, a well-balanced market has a vacancy rate between 2 to 3%. At the same time, the rental vacancy rate increased 4%, which suggests that fewer people are renting. Furthermore, Wright's housing study found that there is a need for approximately 14 to 24 new housing units over the next 5 to 10 years, but 0 new units have been built since 2019. When we looked at the flywheel, we found that Wright has spent several years analyzing housing. Currently, Wright is experiencing a high number of commuters into its community, while its housing market remains well below a healthy vacancy rate. By partnering with the housing network, the town will be able to construct housing in a time frame that works for the community. Furthermore, there is potential for further development, with current plans indicating up to 121 total housing units. The partnership between the town and the Wyoming Housing Network will enhance this project and ensure its completion and success. There are letters of support as well in your packet from other community members and business leaders. The number of units proposed aligns with what is supportable in the market. The needs assessment found that currently up to 73 additional for-sale units are supportable. Thus, the creation of 31 housing units within the next few years is reasonable and would work well for the demand of the community. For local capacity, estimates indicate that for 31 homes, property taxes equal about $69,000 a year, and sales and use tax revenue could generate about $37,500 per year. Furthermore, based on information provided by the Campbell County Assessor's Office, an estimated home value of $300,000 generates about $2,200 annually in property taxes per home. The compelling items that we found for this project was the potential for up to 121 total units. The project would increase housing vacancy rates to a healthier level. The town completed several comprehensive data and studies to determine the best type of housing for their community. And the partnership and financial contribution from the housing network will really help ensure this project's success. Same concerning item as the city of Douglas, where since this is infrastructure only, there is no revenue recapture plan, but there will be revenue generated by this project that the town could use for its own use. The recommendation is to fund as requested. Happy to answer any questions, and there are community members.
Very good. I see the good mayor back there. Are there, well, he's coming up. Are there any questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Reed, so this is only, just to be clear, only for the roads and curb and gutter?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Great,
yes.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Press the guy that looks like he's sneezing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and commission and board, or I don't know all your names. I'll just say thank you. The biggest thing I would say, a lot of, hasn't been said, the trailer park has 106 rental properties. I think the building of the houses will sell quick because some of them have been in there 5 years. They're ready to buy a house. They just don't want one that's 40 years old. They like some new ones. And the younger people as workforce, the mines are hiring, oil and gas. Campbell County's hiring, just ain't that many people. Gillette's in the same problem, Douglas is, and so are we, and I think it's just housing. I think you could draw the people in and the business would bring them in if they had a place to go. And so if you let the people out of the trailer park, buy some houses, and I think they're going to go faster than the estimates. And they can rent trailers in the trailer park. When I got there in 1979, that's how you done. You're in a trailer, prove that you're working, you can do your taxes, buy a house, and go on. So I'm open for any questions. And
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Are there questions? If there are none.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval to the Town of Wright for Wright Estates Phase 2 in the amount of $3,179,648.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes. Motion carries. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the board, thank you very much for your consideration and work on these projects, and looking forward to seeing you again in about a quarter. Thanks.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is approval of minutes from the April 2nd and April 23rd meetings of the State Loan and Investment Board.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there corrections, additions, anything? If not, then I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the April 2nd and April 23rd, 2026 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is tab B. These are reports and they are informational in nature, but we have staff available if there are questions on any of the reports.
Are there questions on any of the reports under tab B? Don't hear any, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the beginning of the meeting, you were provided a proposed consent agenda, and having briefed each of the board members individually, I have provided a list of items that appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. I would like to note there is a typo on there. There was one that was omitted, so I would propose item C2 E1, which was not on the list in front of you, but I would recommend it be added, and F1 through F4.
So C2, D1,
E1
E1. Okay,
and F1 through F4.
okay. You've heard the recommended list, items C2, E1, F1 through F4. If that is amenable to the board, I would entertain a motion for a consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list with the following items: C2, E1, F1 through F4.
That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. So we have before us a consent list, C2, E1, F1 through F4. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Now I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendations on the motion, items that were on the consent list.
So moved.
It's been moved.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings you to G1 on your agenda, mineral royalty grant matters. You have an emergency mineral royalty grant request from the town of Encampment. The town of Encampment is requesting $317,000 in emergency mineral royalty grant funding to install a booster pump station at the existing emergency water connection between Encampment and Riverside to be used if the town of Encampment's source of water supply is compromised due to a natural disaster such as drought or wildfire. In review by our staff of this application, as well as in conjunction with partners at the Department of Environmental Quality and the Water Development Office, we have determined that this is not eligible for a emergency funding, but would recommend instead that it be deferred to your scheduled June 18th meeting for consideration with all of the other applications coming forward for mineral royalty grant funding. There may be proponents present today that wish to visit with the board about their request.
I believe there is.
Person sneezing.
I think it's on.
Perfect.
and so
Okay.
you're all set.
Great.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Fagan. I'm the mayor of the town of Encampment, and we are respectfully asking for our MRG application to be considered as an emergency application, as we are asking for 100% funding. The ability for the interconnect is to serve all residents in the Encampment community, as it is not there in the event of a fire in our watershed. This came to our attention during a pre-planning meeting. It would push part of the town, but would not have enough capacity to serve everyone, which would impact water quality. We believe this request constitutes an emergency. There's extreme risk of fire in our watershed. The North Fork of Encampment River, extreme drought has significantly increased our risk. We feel it is a when there is a fire in our watershed, no longer an if. A delay in the procurement process will put the town in jeopardy for next fire season and push the project beyond a second fire season. The lead time for a specialty pump that will push the capacity is extensive. Submittals for the pump will be 4 to 6 weeks after the PO approval, and delivery will be 30 to 36 weeks after that. This puts us beyond this fire season, certainly, that could almost ensure is not completed before next fire season. To push it forward further, then it would be way too risky. We have tried to be proactive. We have partnered with others to do work in our watershed. We have been granted a CWSRF loan to help with the issue. We continue to stress the Forest Service and other agencies that this mitigation needs to be priority and provide letters of support of their funding opportunities. We also have several recent projects have exceeded the planned and allocated availability. Funding reserves have been used to ensure their completion. Every project in recent years. We would appreciate your considerability of this being an emergency.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
No worries.
The treasurer's computer is on the fritz, and so I'm trying to get him back on.
Sure.
So,
But yeah, that's town of encampment. Thank you for the consideration of it being an emergency.
thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
I
Superintendent?
suppose my question would just be, we have our full MRG meeting that's in, 2.5 weeks when we'll consider all of these requests. And so if you could just speak to now versus then. I mean, we've held a very high bar of what an emergency is, and it's typically of when, it actually is happening, not the risk of it, because we just have so much need across the state. And so if you could just speak to now versus in 2.5 weeks, that difference.
From now to 2.5 weeks, we can push forward knowing that we have the money now and we can start the process. And so it'd be available sooner than later. It's that part of the mitigation plan. Yep.
Thank you. Other
Thank you.
questions? Thank you very, very much, Ms. Fagan, Mayor Fagan. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would actually, the superintendent made a really good point that is never any fun, but I would actually note the meeting's only 10 days away. And that, and with that, I would move the director's recommendation that this be included with all of the applications 10 days from now.
Second.
All right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Treasurer, thank you for, sorry about the loss of your computer. But we're on matter C1. We just heard from the town of Encampment.
Oh,
And-
okay. Well, I hope, literally, so I was I vote on the right one and everything just kind of blew up. So I'm good with Encampment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The motion's on the table to delay it till the next 10 days away meeting.
Oh, okay.
If that's motion's been made, it's been seconded. Last call for question. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, that motion carries. There are no nays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This brings you to tab J, Board of Deposits.
Oh, back just in time. Okay. Let me get the J.
And Mr. Treasurer, this is simply setting the interest rate.
Right. I just wanted to get in the right one so I can get moving. Okay, I'm in the right spot now. Okay, so yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's what we do normally here. We set the interest rate based on the 90 days window. And I'll just go ahead and read this. We're recommending an interest rate of 3.56. So State Treasurer requests the board accept his recommendations for the TDOA to be established by using the 1-year Treasury bill average yield for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, January 1, 2026 through March 31st, 2026. The rate of 3.56 will be for the first quarter of TDOA contract 2026 to 2027 to be effective July 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for the motion. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. This is pretty much set in statute, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Motion carries.
Okay, for informational purposes only, Mr. Chairman, the collateral and deposits there essentially were way over collateralized, 306 million to like 199. We have approximately 59% of the banks using this, and well, basically a 60-40, 60% using it and 40 don't. So total of 52 banks. Any questions on the information, Mr. Chairman?
Any questions? I don't believe so. I think we're okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is the time here. We had a merger, and that's Board Matter J3. Essentially, on August 5th, Wyoming Bank and Trust merged with the First National Bank. They merged, and this was previously approved Wyoming Bank and Trust. So the director's recommendation, Mr. Chairman, the State Treasurer's Office recommends the board approve First National Bank as a state depository.
Members of the board, you've heard the recommendation. Is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Aye.
And aye. That motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and the next one is J4. The state treasurer requesting the approval of the attached list. So this is basically putting the new merged bank on the list. And so approval of the attached list, Wyoming Bank Savings Institutions Credit Unions is eligible state depositories for the purpose of receiving public funds beginning June 4th, 2026. So the recommendation is that the state treasurer recommends the board accept the treasurer's recommendations of the list of of eligible depositories to receive. And you see that this list has been modified to include the First National Bank, formerly known as the Wyoming Bank and Trust, and they're located in Burns and Cheyenne.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in.
Like a second.
Yeah, I'm assuming, Mr. Treasurer, that is a motion.
Yes, that's a motion.
Okay, I'd love a second.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would assume Carl or Caleb are sitting there out in the audience, or they're about.
Carl is here. I don't see Caleb.
Okay, all right. Essentially, the action is hiring a private credit manager, Aries Pathfinder 3. I'm not sure, Carl, is this the one we're moving forward with, or the one, or?
I thought they said they were.
Carl, you can straighten this out. I didn't think we had any to.
Yeah. It's in my book. I think it's in here by error, Mr. Chairman.
This one's been withdrawn. Yes. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. So we go through all of that, and I guess we had the state investment policy annual review and update. Is the next one, Mr. Chairman, on K3. Okay. Okay, this is with the RBK, and I'm assuming that Norm and some IFC members are there, and there's Josh. Okay. All
You
right.
have Dick Granis and from the IFC. So Dick, good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to be here.
All right. Well, Josh, why don't you roll with this? And Dick, nice to hear your voice too.
Thanks, Treasurer. Good morning, or afternoon, I guess. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Josh Keevan, Senior Consultant and CEO with RBK. Also pleased to be joined by my colleague and partner, our board chair and former CEO, Becky Gratzinger. I'm going to start us off with the annual policy review. And if you turn to page 3 of this document, I'm going to just touch on the executive summary. And let me remind you that these are the same materials, same recommendation that we discussed with you at your April meeting. There should be no changes from that meeting. And this is the culmination of a process that we've gone through every year for quite some time now to update our long-term capital markets assumptions, to analyze your asset allocation policies relative to those assumptions, and to make recommendations for any changes to either your strategic allocations or your policies. As a reminder, as we went through this process this year, we actually have no recommended changes to your long-term targets. When we analyzed the current policy targets against our updated assumptions, we found them to be quite efficient, and we'll share a little bit of detail on that in just a moment. There was one relatively minor change that we did recommend this year, and that was to take your strategic allocation to bank loans, which is a segment of the below investment grade credit markets, and to just broaden that out and diversify it to include a broader set of opportunities. And we're calling that in your policy at its multi-asset credit. This would be more flexible mandates that can allocate to not just bank loans, but also high yield bonds. We'd expect those two to be the primary elements of that investment strategy. So that led us to investment policy proposals. And that change from bank loans to multi-asset credit is really the only recommended policy edit of any material nature. There were some small technical adjustments proposed to the prohibited securities section. Within the portfolio guidelines, we had one typo, or not typo, but just updated to the language rather than calling them private MBS, being more specific and referring to them as non-agency mortgage-backed securities. But beyond that, the primary content recommended changes was this change to multi-asset credit. And the last page I'm going to point you towards is page 10 of the presentation. Page 10 has for the long-term permanent funds, so this would include the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund. This is the updated efficient frontier. So we're measuring expected return on the left and expected return risk across the bottom. And risk is the volatility of expected returns. The green line is the efficient frontier for total return and total risk. And the green line represents the optimized set of portfolio options. Your proposed long-term permanent fund target is right on top of your current long-term permanent fund target. The only change being that we've modeled that bank loan allocation a little bit differently to include high yield bonds as well. And it's right on top of portfolio 9 on the efficient frontier. So it's right on the frontier, indicating that it's expected to have good risk return efficiency. And it is superior to the statutory maximum on risk. Now, this is in statute a requirement that risk cannot exceed that of a 70-30 stock and bond portfolio. And you can see that it's got about 100 basis points of higher expected long-term return above and beyond that net of fees. And actually volatility is expected to be a little bit lower than that. And I just wanted to tie this back to your investment policy objectives. The very first policy objective in your master investment policy is, first of all, recognizing that there's differing needs amongst these funds, and to recognize that those differing needs require different approaches, but within each of the different pools to optimize risk-adjusted returns. And we believe that this long-term policy continues to do that, as you can see here on this page. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the formal remarks we had for the asset allocation and policy recommendations this year. We would be pleased to answer any questions that the board has.
Very good. Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Any questions? Dick, I want to thank the IFC for their work on this as well. Truly appreciate it. Treasurer Meyer, turn it back to you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I think that get it there. We got a performance. Then I tell you, I'm wandering around on this stuff here now, but do we hit,
Mr.
this was informational only, okay.
Did you want to recommend the proposed changes?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would, I'm in the wrong area of the book here. I would recommend the proposed changes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Noes? Oh, all right, thank you. And we'll, Carl, I know it's great for you being here, but no,
Mr. Chairman, next would be matter K4. Just the
Okay.
consultant report.
all right, thank you, Carl. See, so with that, turn it over for the review, matter K4. Mr. Keevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to turn this to my colleague, Becky.
Oh, okay, Becky, how good to see you. How good to hear your report.
Great to see you all, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'll make my comments short because the market environment has changed a lot since this March summary, which really was, the market reacting to the Iran conflict. And although that's still going, the optimism about AI and optimism and hope that the Iran conflict is closer to the end is certainly impacting optimism in markets. So as you turn into this performance report, just to give you an idea of what has happened since this report in the equity markets in the US, markets are up 13% in the quarter to date. And that is for the S&P 500 through including Friday when we did have a bit of a correction. That's in the large cap market. The small cap market is up almost 14%. The international developed markets are up an additional 9% from what you saw in the March summary. And emerging markets are up 23%, whereas the bond market is about where it was at the end of March. So we're quite optimistic this is going to be helpful to our fiscal year results that you saw in the March report, being additive to the results that we'll review very quickly. So if you'd like to turn to page 5 of the board matter, this is just looking at assets as of the end of March, about $33.5 billion. The next page, page 6, actually shows the total fund results. Again, this is including all kinds of assets that we all follow, operating assets as well as the longer term and income assets. On a fiscal year-to-date basis through March, the total fund return was 5.9%. So when you start adding those additional positive equity market returns that I just mentioned for the quarter to date, we are quite optimistic that the fiscal year results will be reflective of a higher return than what you see there. As you look at the various asset class performance that's just underneath, the stars of the fiscal year-to-date results, as you can see, MLPs up almost 19.5% on a fiscal year-to-date basis, very additive, reflecting the energy price environment. We also see that equities were up broadly across the US large cap and small cap markets and international markets on a fiscal year-to-date basis. And emerging market debt up 7.3%. So we are a highly diverse program as we look across the asset classes. And when we look at the contributors in the fiscal year-to-date picture, see some very positive value added from a number of asset classes. If you move ahead a few pages, we look at page 9, which is really reflective of the various funds and their particular performance, starting with the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund on a fiscal year-to-date basis. You can see that return right in the middle of the page is 6.8%. So very good return for 9 months of performance, and we're hopeful that will lift even further as we close out the fiscal year end. You can see the other permanent funds in the green that follow just below that. The common school account is up 6.4%. Again, good returns, hopefully additive with the additional market performance as we continue this trend through June. Workers' comp up 5%. You can see that in the middle of the page in the yellow highlighted line. On page 10, we show the LISRA at about a 5.7% rate of return, the long-term reserves having a nice return of 7%, contributing to those short-term investments that make up the balance of LISRA. Pool A, as you can see, is up about 5% in red. State agency pool, it's so nice to have interest rates that are off zero where they were for so long. A return on a fiscal year-to-date basis of almost 3%. If you move to page 12, just reflecting Josh's comments about a risk-oriented benchmark, wanting to have long-term growth in many of our portfolios, but have a volatility that's less than the 70-30 risk benchmark. You can see on this particular page 12 that, all the funds are less than 80% of the volatility of that risk benchmark, which again is nice news, even factoring in more volatile markets. And as we look on a risk-adjusted excess return basis, the trends here on a rolling 3-year basis for Sharpe ratio are just under 1 if you look at where all of them are grouping. And as you can see, the purple line, which is our risk-oriented benchmark, they have added value in addition to that particular benchmark as well. So as we look at this particular fiscal year to date, we are happy with how the markets have been quite optimistic since the end of March, and hopeful that'll be additive to that return to facilitate our spending and growth goals across the board. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but in the interest of time, in the interest of getting you all to lunch, I thought I would pause comments right there.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Any comments?
Well,
No?
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would thank the team to getting that right on the efficient frontier there. That means you can't do much else to move the needle because you're about as high as you can get on a risk-adjusted basis, and that's really, when I say team, I got to include the IFC members there, Dick, because you guys are part and parcel to all of this stuff here. We're really glad to have the expertise that you guys give with essentially with almost out of the goodness of your heart for a good old YO here. So we appreciate that.
Glad to help.
Yeah. And in RBK, I think you guys have done a good job of making sure that over the course of the last few years that we've been able to meet our 5% spending policy. And it's so good to understand that we have a risk-adjusted return and won't end up just broke. I remember somebody telling me that they wanted it all in gold, and I think that might be a reasonable thing to put in a generational fund, but that 20% drop would have lost over $6 billion overnight, and I don't think anybody can withstand that, and keeping the volatility down so we don't have years where we have 2 or 3 like every other year or every 3 or 4 years like the GFC. So it's really important to understand, what our statutory requirements are and the directions that they are. And I'm glad you guys have kept us in line and kept stable, adequate funding to the funds of the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other comments? If there are, Madam Director, anything else to come before us?
No, Mr. Chairman, that completes your agenda.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the auditor. You were on the trigger there, Mr. Treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And nays? We are adjourned. Thank you very, very much for your efforts.